Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
You know, we're venturing to South America, and currently outside it's raining for me. So I was like, I want to be in a sunny mood. We're going to South America. I'm putting on my sunglasses. This is good stuff.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
Um, mm.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like for a team like
5
Ravens,
seconds
it's more
remaining.
about survival. I don't think they're seriously considering going to Division 1 right now. I feel like they just want to get like top 6, get that guaranteed $7,000, and just gain more experience as a team, and then maybe in future seasons start thinking about getting promoted. Because when you are 0-4, you you're not really thinking about, oh, we need to win the next 7 matches. You're like, no, we just need to survive.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It's so easy to win Dota. Just ban the good heroes, but people just refuse.
Radiant team ban.
Mm-hmm.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
I think Mirana is just one of those
5
all-inclusive, nice package heroes. You have some team fight contribution with the Moonlight Shadow, as well as a great way to set up ganks. You have a stun, which is not super reliable, but it's not super unreliable either. Like when someone's TPing away, you can always hit them with the arrow, right? And if you have any kind of stuns, you have a setup. And if you don't have any kind of stuns, what the hell are you doing? Don't play Dota. Don't play competitive Dota if you don't pick stuns. So yeah, you're always gonna have a setup, and Mirana just has teamfight contribution. You have the ace in the sleeve with random arrows that can set up teamfights. You have a ton of magic damage, and on top of
10
that,
seconds remaining.
you actually have an escape as well, which is really nice for supports. So
5
it's just one of
seconds
those heroes
remaining.
that kind of does everything. It's not the most reliable hero, but it's still really nice.
team ban.
Okay, go ahead.
10 seconds
What?
remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Hmm. Maybe it is a bit weird that it got banned already, but at the same time, Nakes has some really good matchups against Tiny and DP. So in general, I would agree with your sentiment. And Lifestealer is pretty shit against like 60% of every single carry in the game, which is not a great position to be in. But there are some specific spicy matchups there that you cannot afford to ignore. And DP and Tiny are definitely two of those.
Yeah. I just became aware here, Wingblade. Regrettably, we've got to go back to the drip fam because I was just made aware that we didn't actually have any audio coming out from me, only from you earlier on. So I think we have to redo this intro just so people know what the stakes
shit.
are.
Wait.
All right.
Yeah, okay, let me get my glasses back.
Hey, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I hope people enjoy my voice.
Fortunately, you have an incredible voice. Unfortunately, we are back with actual audio for some DPC action. This is the South American Division Tour. The Spring Tour is continuing towards the majors, towards CI. We have Omega Gaming on the one hand, taking on the side of Ravens on the other. And of course, this best of 3 matchup is not just important for the standings here, but you might not have heard the questions I've been asking Wingblade. You've been very perplexed. Why is he answering into the void? But he mentioned it before. Ravens trying to survive in the division right now. Because they've already suffered 2 losses, it's quite unlikely that they find themselves being promoted, given that not a single team, and I mean that, not a single team in all of DPC history has been promoted to Division 1 with more than 3 losses, or more than 2 actually. 3, you're done. You can't get promoted. So if they suffer this loss here against Omega Gaming, there's practically no chance for the Raven squad. On the other side, for Omega Gaming, if they were to suffer a shock upset, that would mean that they've taken their final loss. They can't actually suffer anymore, and they really would be sad about that, because I think that right now them and No Ping probably the teams in contention for promotion into Division 1. But now that we have audio back, we've done that intro, back to the draft. Let's see some heroes. And Wingblade, Dawnbreaker Clockwork, what the hell? What is happening? What's going on here?
Yeah, we're gone for like 2 minutes and then the meta gets broken apart. We have a Dawnbringer. The thickest of heroes. This should be good.
Yeah, man. With the Chun-Li Thunder Thighs. So this seems and appears to be the support duo for Omega Gaming, the POS 5 Dawnbreaker and the Clockwork in the POS 4 position. I remember that offlane Dawnbreaker meta. Wasn't really a fan, if I'm honest. I'm much happier now that it has shifted back into being primarily a support. On the other side, though, for Ravens, a support that we've been seeing coming up really highly is this Enchantress hero, emerging yet again for the Ravens. Very happy to see it. Enables their lanes quite a lot more, gives some protection towards the Terrorblade later on in the game as well. At the very least, you know, you might not be able to get like massive damage output, but you can create some complications for heroes like Tiny, who has like an absurdly bad attack rate. Obviously, there's enough magic damage to burst you anyway. But one thing I'm very intrigued about is Terrorblade. I actually haven't seen Terrorblade since I think day 2 of the DPC. For the most part, this hero has been largely ignored, especially in lieu of such other amazing carries in the meta right now, like the Tiny, for example, we see on the other side. Hell, I've been seeing Razors picked more often than the Terrorblade. What is it about this game here, Wingblade, that makes Ravens feel like the Terrorblade is the right option into this Omega draft?
5 seconds remaining.
I think TB has a pretty decent matchup against Tiny. It's not the best, because Tiny does, of course, have a lot of burst damage still. But he is largely physical damage, especially in the late game, and he's quite slow. So if you have a Terrorblade who has like a Skadi and is quite tanky, just wailing away at a Tiny, well, that's not a good time for the Rockman. Also, it looks like Ravens in general just kind of favor this hero. They've contested it 3 times. One was a ban and 2 picks. So in 50% of their games, they've been playing TB. They haven't won with it, but they do seem to favor it highly.
I mean, sometimes there's something to be said about sticking to your guns, even if they haven't been successful so far. Just having that obstinance and that stubbornness to keep going no matter what. Eventually, you'll get the results that you actually need. As we see now, into this final phase, Puck being banned, Batrider removed from play for Omega. They want their mid laner who will be the Doxia. What? Okay, so we're going to be having a mid Death Prophet. Or is this a mid Dawnbreak? Nah, it's mid DP. I would actually, let me tell you right now, Wingblade. If they play mid Dawnbreak, I'm quitting, fam. Right here, I'm done. We're stopping the stream. You're gonna solo cast the rest of the day. I
mean, I have been solo casting, so I can keep doing it.
There we go. See. Are you a fan of this last pick Doxia? I mean, it gives them an incredibly powerful lane. The Doxia Clockwork lane is insane down the game. Gives them an incredible way to take advantage of the Terrorblade later on in the game with the Wall of Replica. It gives them a lot of lane control and a hero that can farm passively in the off lane, even if things don't start well. Overall, though, I'll be honest and say I've not really been a fan of Doxia for quite some time. Is this the meta? Is this the kind of game to whip him out again and try and make him successful?
I was gonna comment on how Clockwork is kind of a weird pick to me because both Sand King and Mirana can easily get out of the cogs, and Ench, well, she has an insane amount of healing. But with the Doxia, it's actually quite decent. Not only can you chase down a hero like Sand King or Mirana after their escape mechanism, but it's also just pretty good against TB in general. Not just in lane, but also later in the game. I'm not fully convinced by that draft, though. It seems like they're maybe lacking a bit of a solid playmaker. But who knows? Maybe I'm proven wrong.
Last pick on the Storm Spirit for Ravens gives them that kind of playmaker that we are lacking at present from the side of Omega Gaming. And though we lack that degree of playmaking from them, the one thing we do have from Omega is they've got some pretty decent setup.
I take it back. They have tiny mid.
Is it tiny? Oh my god. Okay. Well, wait, what? Wait a second.
No, actually, no. No, I'm an idiot. They have DP mid. They lack a playmaker.
Okay. Whew. I was so scared for a second. I was like, what? Tiny mid? Don't break my heart like this. I'm looking at the Storm Spirit, though, from the other side for Ravens. It feels like if I'm going to play Storm Spirit, you know, I'm not a mid player all that often, but this is one of the games I would love to play a Storm Spirit middle. There's very little lockdown on the enemy side. The burst potential isn't that great outside of the Tiny, and even then he requires a lot to make that happen. And you just have a more or less free game once you get BKB on this hero. So although overall I'm personally favoring Omega Gaming, I think they're the stronger team, I really like the Storm Spirit. Tell me, Wingblade, is the Storm Spirit going to be good enough in this game to give them what they need on the side of Ravens to get this win and finally get a TB win on the board as well?
I think this very well might be the game. I do favor their draft as well. Omega is very momentum based. If you have a Tiny like that's ahead and can actually hit creeps, and Death Prophet can manage to take towers, and Doxia can play aggressively instead of having to just Iron Shell creeps, I feel like they could have a very strong draft. But if something goes wrong and they're gonna have to play like Doxia Death Prophet from behind, that is a terrible time. Especially like you said with the Storm Spirit that is largely uncontested aside from some tiny stuns and a DP silence.
Another concern I have here, though, is for Omega Gaming. The one thing that I see as well, you were mentioning they have to play very momentum-based. They're also very ultimate-based here. How do they actually take big, like overall team fights if they don't have the DP ult or if they don't have access to Chan having the Solar Guardian to provide some degree of protection? Can they even engage fights at all? Or is it just a thing of you have to wait for those ults? Because otherwise, what do? What, Mingati? That's it? That's the team fight damage? Doesn't feel like it's going to ever be enough. Unless maybe they get like a super early blink from Lissex. You find like a massive wall on the back of the fight. But even then, it feels a bit iffy in terms of the setup here for Omega Gaming. I'm actually really worried about how they take any of these fights. All right. Let me ask it like this. is there ever going to be a fight that we see Omega winning where they aren't using exorcism coming out of Jamari?
I'm gonna go with sure. It's Division 2 SA. Anything can happen.
Oh man, do you remember that last game we cast together? That game was so wild, dude. That was...
Yeah, the bar is set very high.
As y'all don't even know, but last season I gave Wingblade here the moniker of the conductor of chaos because those kind of games, especially here in South America, that's what he thrives on. He actually feeds off of it. You don't see behind the scenes, but he literally grows in size every time he sees a chaotic, wild team fight. So I'm hoping that at the end of this day, we have him as swole as humanly possible. This game should be exciting. And Ravens, I want them to win so that they keep the division exciting. That being said, though, for Omega here, Wingblade, we've been seeing a couple of their games. If they lose this one, you know, then they are sitting at the 1-2 scoreline. From what you've seen from the squad, do you believe they actually have the quality to get promoted into Division 1? Or are they also another team that just should be looking at survival and possibly like 3rd, 4th finishing rather than promotion?
I feel like so far the clear best team from what I've seen is No Ping.
Yeah.
So I would definitely expect them to be going to Division 1 next season. They've just 2-0'd everything. And I feel like Omega does have a chance for the 2nd spot, but that is like a super contested spot. I can see it going to like 4 different teams. Because you have Dreamers, you have SG, you have Omega, of course, and even something like a team like G Pride technically still has a chance. So it's gonna be pretty hotly contested, but it wouldn't be the weirdest thing, Evan. Omega Gaming is pretty decent.
Certainly hoping to see them contest for that slot and keep it competitive. But even if they don't manage to get themselves a promotion, nonetheless, they're making this division fun to watch and fun to be involved in, fun to engage in. So make sure that you are watching every single game because, hey, South America, listen, I cast other regions, but I'm telling you, South America is the most fun to watch reliably game after game, even if you don't know what the result is going to be. Well, we need a result from this game in order to determine if Omega Gaming has a chance at promotion or if Ravens are simply going to be sitting here hoping to survive Division 2 or if they're going to try and make a run finally for Division 1. To find this out, we need a game of Dota, and the game of Dota is what we have now. Omega Gaming versus Ravens. Game number 1 is on, and we are finally getting into it. Obviously, we had an extended pause. This is Dota 2, after all. What else can you have? It is what it is. And, here, middle, they get the... Oh, they're actually not going to plant the ward just yet. Oh, no. No. Did he get spotted? I think he got spotted, right? There's no way that he gets away with this one, Dark Demon.
Yeah, always feels bad. It's like the worst start to the game.
Let's see here. Everyone's stacking up. We're not going to have an early engagement breaking out just yet. So, this early fight... Most likely, if they do decide to go for some kind of forceful engagement, will somewhat benefit the side of Ravens if they can keep access to this arrow and the burrow strike. But looks like Omega Gaming want to make the invasion up the hill here, forcing the Ravens away from this area, making this contestation a little bit harder for them to achieve. If they can get a 3-1 start here, this would be very nice for the side of Omega. You were talking about how they need a snowball, and one of the easiest ways to get a snowball is some early gold. It's always fun for yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And there is, of course, the threat of the arrow burrow strike, but they don't really have a lot of follow-up. You have like 2 stuns, and then there is no damage because, well, you have like a TB and an Eng. That feels kind of bad, so... Omega definitely had the room to be aggressive there with how tanky and strong their heroes are level 1. Like the lowest HP hero on their squad has 680 HP right now. It's insane.
That seems balanced. I see no problem with this. This seems perfectly fair to me, but yeah, 680 HP with 3 and 5 armor. These are not very squishy heroes that are on the side of Omega Gaming. Also, seems like middle, they got away with it from Omega. The ward that was planted out here by Dark Demon didn't get dewarded. The Enchantress was walking around with the sentry, but didn't end up planting it out. Instead, not only does Dark Demon get to keep the ward middle, they blocked the pull camp here from the storm. The farm camp, sorry, and they blocked the pull camp up on top. Feels like the support battle has been handedly won in these first 30 seconds by the side of Omega here, Wingblade.
It could still be that Storm just buys his sentry after getting his bottle, but he doesn't have it in his quick buy, so maybe they just didn't notice it. Happens sometimes, even to professionals.
Yeah. Even to the pros, these things do end up occurring. You know, Dota's a complicated game. You can't remember and be cognizant of every single little thing as time goes on. But now, though, you'll at least be happy about the fact that you can farm the lane versus a DP without dying heads up as the Storm Spirit gets harder as the levels start to accrue. But for now, I think Nengoflo should be fine overall. As we turn our attention down to this bottom lane here, Wingblade. Dismar and Benyaz on the Mirana Sand King. This lane has a lot of promise together. Obviously, as they get more levels, more damage output does emerge. But will they be actually able to fulfill the promise of this lane and get kills into a tiny lane being protected by the Stormbreaker?
Yeah, it's kind of hard because it's a really nice combo with setup, but it doesn't deal like 1100 damage. So they would need to go for multiple goes, and if Chan is doing his job, then he's just gonna heal up the Tiny every single time with selves.
I love that you're a man of culture and you're also calling Shan! Good job. That's the way it's supposed
And it's
to
in
be.
capital letters, so...
Oh, I can't wait until he does something cool in this game, then I get to yell this at the top of my lungs. It's gonna be very exciting. Top lane.
Nice.
Dad! Playing with Kara as his support, backing up away from Dark Demon. Well, Dark Demon's rather running forward to try and see if he can maintain this block on the camp. It looks like that's going to be the case. Instead, just a block and he's going to deward again. So very insistent that they're not going to be getting a strong lane here in the top for this Terrorblade. But for the most part, it's... Can you even stop this lane? As like TB Clockwork, it's a strong lane, don't get me wrong, but this is also Terrorblade, right? There's not much you can do in the grand scheme of things. Sure, it is a lot of magic damage, but it's TB, man. This hero is just so strong. And middle, what? What? Solo kill on Storm Spirit from a Death Prophet? How did that happen here?
They had been trading at like 150 HP for such a long time. And they kept trying to go for kill attempts, both of them. So like the Storm running in, going for a Vortex, and then a Remnant, and then Death Prophet had to run away with like popping a Fairy Fire and just barely surviving. Then took a Tango, and then Storm was a little bit too aggressive again, and just few hits in a Crypt Swarm was enough.
That... Wow, okay. That's certainly something. That is certainly something. That is certainly something. Quite surprising that we actually had this go in this direction. Of course, it's going to lead to a much better start now for Jumari in this mid lane. Nengoflo is actually falling low quite quickly, right respawning right into the damage of the DP. This is very problematic, Wingblade. You've already eaten through all the bottle charges. You're only back to half HP. If Jamari gets any degree of support coming in through this mid lane, it feels like it'll be a guaranteed kill happening onto the Storm Spirit once again.
Dire's courier has been
Yeah.
killed.
This is definitely a rough start for Storm, especially because he doesn't have the camp to fall back on. So he's running down and he's like, oh, never mind. I'm not allowed to have fun.
Okay. He
And
finally
just
gets the
running to that
sentries.
camp, he's already missing creeps. So he's going to the hard camp now with level 1 static remnant. That feels so bad.
Pain and suffering is going to be there for him as he's trying to farm. In the meantime, though, Shan is taken out in this bottom lane as Dismar and Benyaz finally do make use of the combination. I'm not sure if they used all the spells. Nope, it was just leaps and right clicks. Okay. They didn't even need to use the combination, but it ultimately proved to be enough to kill this Dawnbreaker. I mean, Shan is not too sad about this, right? You're level 3, you come back with full HP, full mana. You went for the 2 points into the Seleseli Hammer, so you definitely want to be providing some degree of harass potential. So I guess it's okay dying like this. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, you're just at position 5. Your life has no value. Looks like Daxia is gonna be rushing an Aghanim Scepter. Pretty standard build for Daxia these days.
Yep.
And Exorcism is actually popped on mid lane.
Mario wants to put some pressure
With the
onto the
catapult?
tower. Did they get this with
If they can keep this catapult alive, that is huge. Really nice rotation timing by the supports. Because they know that Storm is not there, so just by tanking the tower for a moment, they keep the siege creep alive, and they take a really quick tier 1, which is so nice because they know that Storm is gonna be jungling a lot. So if you can invade now, that is huge.
Yeah. Gotten the tier 1 tower kill. You still have one of his camps blocked. You make it a lot harder for him down the line to be able to maintain control anywhere on the map. And now that you've taken this early tower, 6 minutes in, you've gotten the tier 1 middle. Presumably, Ravens will be thinking about how on earth do we try to get a tower back ourselves. But one thing that this also does here, Wingblade, is this opens up Death Prophet, who normally doesn't like to make early rotations off of a lane before killing the tower. Now suddenly, as soon as you make a move as Storm Spirit anywhere on the map, there's a very big chance that this DP just shows up, pops Ghost, and tries running at you at that time. As we see top lane, Ravens finally getting a kill for themselves onto this top lane, as a dad on the Terrorblade will bring down the Dark Demon Clockwork. Good gold in the pockets for the TB, as well as making sure to maintain his overall CS, and now he can contest even better against the Darkseer in lane.
Yeah, I like that Storm is farming in the triangle now as well, keeping the jungle open for his TB and Mirana to run around. Because at like 10 to 15 minutes, both the Storm Spirit and the TB are gonna wanna use the jungle, so they need to make sure that they coordinate properly where they wanna go, so you don't end up wanting to farm the same camps and wasting efficiency. Shan.
He's gonna survive! Shan! 22 HP will be enough to keep him alive. Ultimately though, the rest of the team will show up to get revenge. They bring down Kara, who was trying to get a quick kill there with Dismar. Unfortunately, Dark Demon opened up space with the power cogs, and Jamari was able to get some damage out as well with the double damage rune. And they bring down this Enchantress. That is going to be a kill after being able to pick up a tier 1 tower in this mid lane. This is looking such a good game for the Death Prophet. And they might even try to rotate to the top lane now that they have Exorcism back online and decide to put pressure on that tower instead right now.
Yeah, and that's gonna open up the jungle even more if they can manage to get it. And Ravens doesn't have a lot of D push, especially now that TP spot. And he doesn't have meta yet, so they can try to pressure this tower a little bit. Because they kill creeps quite quickly, but they don't really have a lot of actual tower damage.
Yeah. Especially now that meta is down. He's gonna have it back up in another 35 seconds, but they certainly will be able to push the tower faster from the side of Omega if they do activate the ghosts. They're putting pressure on this with the Sandstorm as middle. They made a big dive here with the rest of the Ravens. 3 heroes have shown up. Nengoflo gets assistance from his supports, and they are able to claim the tier 1 tower middle after getting a kill onto the Chan Dawnbreaker. Tier 1 tower bottom. This has to fall for Ravens. Fortunately for them, they didn't pop the ghosts top for Jamari, so doesn't seem like they'll be able to make that push happen in time to come bottom and contest. This is a really good for the side of the Ravens overall. Just to be able to get some space on the map for this Terrorblade, man. I was really feeling worried about where on earth can he actually farm effectively if he doesn't have access to this bottom jungle, but at least now he does have it, and they got the tier 1 tower middle. So although they lost out big early on, things are sort of stabilizing right now for the Ravens.
Yeah, definitely not bad. Exorcism wasn't committed in top lane, so that's still available, but just trading the tier 1 mid for your tier 1 top that you're probably gonna lose anyway is a pretty nice trade. And I like that the TB rotated bottom as well, because currently the enemy jungle is a lot safer than his own.
Sometimes you gotta break into somebody else's house if you wanna sleep safely. So Terrorblade doing that exactly right now. Keeping things calm.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I do all the time.
Y'all don't even know right now. Before he came on the broadcast, Wingblade was like, damn, man, my chair's not feeling comfortable. Broke into his neighbor's house. He's like, sweet, man. And I'm gonna borrow yours for a second.
Yeah, that's how you, like, keep safe in this world. Just by breaking into people's houses. Thanks for the advice, Snare.
Listen, if people are looking for you and they never know where to find you, then you're always safe, man. You'll be fine.
True. Actual good life advice here.
Things that you can definitely action and make sure that if you get brought up in court, don't even mention the name Snare. I don't know that. I don't know you exist right now, honestly, if you follow my advice.
You call me the conductor of chaos. Come on, Snare.
You know who I want to have a chaotic game? I want the Storm Spirit to do interesting things here. He had a very rough start. There's no way around it. Lost out in the mid lane pretty big. Got solo killed. got some of his jungle taken over, got his ward dewarded, and wasn't able to deward in the opposite direction. It's been a rough start, but he's starting to make that kind of recovery here. But one thing I always worry about with the Storm Spirit hero, it feels so lackluster if in the like 10 to 20 minute mark you don't get something resembling success out of these first few rotations. And it looks like they have something of an agreement with me, because they're going to try and make this jump onto Jamari, and there we go. Quick movement, Death Prophet losing a lot of HP right now. She's going to almost get taken down. She's still alive, but not for much longer. They finally do get the kill. The double damage rune on Nengo Flow helped out a lot, and the Centaur Conqueror stomp onto the Clockwork will enable the Storm Spirit to secure himself the double kill. That's going to be the Ravens popping off pretty big right here. 2 heroes brought down in this mid lane, one of them being the all-big Death Prophet of Jamari. And that good Sir Wingblade will make sure that Nengo Flow is back in the game, and he's not going to be suffering the rest of the... Well, I don't know how long the game's going to go, but at the very least, we will have an actual Storm Spirit for the rest of it.
One thing that's surprising me a little bit is that the Tiny isn't having that great of a time. Actually behind the Storm Spirit right now. Because it feels like he's had the space to farm, because his team was making plays, pushing towers, but just hasn't really had that much fun yet. Same could be said for the Darkseer, but that's an offlaner. They're not supposed to have fun.
Yeah, it really hasn't actually gotten off to that hot start that we would have loved to see out of the Tiny, and wasn't necessarily the case that it was a too iffy laning phase. It started off okay, space has been made for him. These Ancients farms will at least buttress some of the net worth, allow him to catch back up, but it's been a bit peculiar up until this point. And it might get worse, because I just saw that they got themselves a Blink Dagger here available on Benyaz. If they can get this delivered once his courier respawns, it's a huge opportunity for Ravens to try and catch the Tiny whilst he's inside the jungle. But right now, Omega have smoked first. We have the Darkseer, we have the Clockwork. They're gonna try and make something happen. Dark Demon has Iron Shell sitting on him right now. Can he find the angle for a good hook shot? Doesn't seem like they have any targets outlined so far. There's only some illusions down bottom from the Terrorblade. Once Shan gets rid of them, they will understand that there's no fight to happen here. Dark Demon, though, still really wants to jump somebody, but they don't have any viable targets. This feels so sad when you make these first smokes right after you hit level 6 as Clockwork and nothing happens. You just want to cry, man. You wish you just picked a different hero.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what the plan is for them right now. They tried to go for a 2-man smoke, but I don't think Clockwork plus Darkseer right now is strong enough to really kill someone. Even if they manage to get the hook on TB, they can't stop him from summering.
Oh.
Maybe they can get this Eng, but it's gonna be a really slow kill.
Yeah, it might actually be the
If they
Death
do get
Prophet
it.
who actually makes the kill happen, as she shows up with the Exorcism, gets hit up with the Surge as well to enable her to chase down this Enchantress. That's going to be the one kill. Will they be able to find more? Meantime, in the mid lane, Shan got jumped on by Nengo Flow. I think they're just distracting them from being able to chase forward. And Ravens, if they end up just losing Enchantress in exchange for Exorcism, I think you take this any day of the week. And of course, right now, Omega also don't really have an easy way to use any of their other spells to initiate after using the hook shot. So now suddenly you're the ones that have to play it close together. Ravens are spreading very far apart on the map, farming all aspects of it. Ravens are winning out these last couple of seconds, and they are a-okay with the death of the Eng.
For sure. And TB is just farming away, working towards the Manta style. And I'm not even sure if he needs to get BKB this game. Because there isn't that many stuns on Omega.
I agree.
And this is coming from me. I love BKBs. I always tell carries to buy BKBs every single game. But he has so much space.
He's just chilling, man. He's enjoying his life. Just getting everything freely for him. I feel like also if he jumps BKB and you go like Skadi directly after this Manta, I actually don't see how they kill him afterwards. He queues up the Skadi now, but what, like, okay, let's think about the magic damage they have, right? So they have Iron Shell, they've got Tiny Salvo, they've got Celestial Hammer from Dawnbreaker. You know, you've got Rocket Flare. Yeah, if he just tanks up, I don't think he ever dies here. This might be even one of those rare games where right after getting the Skadi, you rush the Satanic, and then you just stand your ground every single fight, never die no matter what.
Yeah, but we'll see how Omega tries to counter this. I'm sure they're gonna find some options somewhere. And of course, they do have the Darkseer, who is quietly grinning when he sees TB build stat items.
Yep. He's like, yes, I'm gonna get a Terrorblade for my team as well. He's almost got this Aghanim Scepter going, and at that point, we've got ourselves the double Iron Shells. Dawnbreaker dies top, but meh, you mentioned it earlier. The supports, who cares about past 5 lives at all? We might care about this mid life though, because Benyaz goes in with the Blink Dagger Epicenter. They want to find Mingati. Nongaflow will come in as well. We'll be able to get the full catch onto the Tiny. At the same time, Kara, they thought that they were maybe jumping the Enchantress, trying to make some cover happen with the Clockwork Goblin, but instead all they do is give up even more heroes to the pockets of Ravens. And the Ravens lineup have walked away right now here, Wingblade, with 3 heroes killed middle. Storm Spirit getting a ton of gold out of that, going straight into the Sanj and Kaya. And more importantly, Terrorblade still being uninterrupted in the farm.
Yeah, this is rough. Every single time Omega tries to do something, it doesn't work. Because they don't have great initiation, and at the same time, Ravens is making these moves. They're playing 4v5 and they're still finding the kills.
Just crazy. They just found another one. They're in the Radiant Triangle. Benyaz made the jump. Nengoflow made the catch happen. And Ghost, what? Was that a mistake? What happened?
I am not sure. I just saw a Death Prophet with Ghosts.
That's not supposed to be happening. Benyaz, nice jump away to ensure he doesn't get caught out by the Clockwork there. The hookshot would have been disastrous had it connected flush, but fortunately it does not. They still did end up losing this Mirana on this side of the map, but like you just mentioned, because they've used these ghosts down bottom, Yamari can't actually put any kind of aggressive posture on the map for quite some time. We'll have to just sort of hang back and hope for the best whilst this team is still continuing to farm up. I feel like until they get access to the Aghanim shot and maybe even a +1 on Mingati, it feels like right now they actually don't have any damage on Blade. Like, who do they actually kill outside of these supports? I don't see Sand King dying in the middle of these fights. I definitely don't see that happening to Terrorblade, and Storm Spirit has Sanj and Kaya right now, so it's so much more difficult to make those kind of engagements happen. They're gonna try and force it because Lissex is smoked up with Dark Demon. Dark Demon smoke breaks in front of Nengoflow, and they have to know that this is not gonna go well, especially since Ravens has just scanned them out. I don't think anything's gonna happen here.
Yeah, and there is a small power spike on the Darkseer with Aghanims now. But their moves are just so predictable because their lineup is so slow. Like, this is what I said about the Playmaker. They have a Darkseer, they have a Death Prophet. I guess they can win team fights or go for pushes, but it just feels like their map presence is not there.
Yeah. Not at all right now. Like, they're really struggling to accomplish anything on the map at present. Just hanging back, hoping and praying that this Tiny gets big enough. I mean, we're 18 minutes in, he's about to get the Aghanim shard. We have sometimes seen this timing with the shard, Shadow Blade, Echo Saber be hit at exactly the 15-minute mark. Not that kind of game so far for Tiny, but until it is, does feel like Ravens will be having a practically free time as they pop the Moonlight Shadow. Big zip going down, they find Shard! Once again, this is going to be a dead Dawnbreaker. Sellyhammer will not protect you in this instance. We've had some cancelled TPs, but they still want to come and fight in the fight here for Omega. At the same time, Nengoflow, he doesn't have any mana left here, Wingblade. He actually went too far in the wrong direction. Will end up diving headlong into these heroes on the side of Omega, but the epicenter goes into Jamari, and Ravens getting immediate revenge for their mid laner. The question is, what will the rest of the squads do after this? Ravens, they have this Terrorblade with the Skadi. Ready and waiting to try and force a fight here. Mingati walking underneath some reveal. He gets Sparrow struck. Do they have the damage to kill him before he can try and turn this around? They don't just yet. Here comes in the Solar Guardian from the Dawnbreaker, but Mingati will die towards the impetus shot coming in from Kara. Shan, you came in to save your carry. Little did you know you might have just come in to feed the enemy carry, but Dad is in danger. Dad is dying. Dad gets ticked down. Dark Demon able to secure the kill there. Now he's running for more, looking for Dismar as well, pushing him away. They will be able to get a double kill on the Clockwork here. And somehow, some way, not only do they defend the tier 2 tower, Wingblade, but they turn it into a freaking team wipe in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Darkseer did so much work there. Just look at the damage done, it's insane.
It's crazy.
Ravens definitely overstayed their welcome there. They got the kill on the DP and then they should have just full backed, but instead they stuck around, and in those kinds of really long fights, that's where a Darkshire is gonna shine. Just a constant 90 DPS on like 3 heroes, and even a farmed hero like TB is not gonna be able to stand up to that kind of pressure until he gets Satanic. So he just needs to chill for a bit longer before making these kinds of plays.
Have opted for that Terrorblade that you were mentioning now to go for the DKB. Initially, he was opting to try and skip it, but I think after the last fight, he got a little bit spooked and decided that this was going to be the primary. Oh, wait, no, he's not. Okay, he didn't get too spooked. He bought the Ogre Axe, and then probably someone in the team told him, dude, listen, just what are you doing? Buy Hurricane Pike, man. If you buy Hurricane Pike, then you're still protected from this Darkseer. It's fine, bro. And he's like, okay, cool, I'll do it. Setting up for the D-Lance while the rest of his team is going for a fight. They find a Burrow Strike onto Dark Demon. Woo! They will be very happy to kill this Clockwork. How's it feel now, buddy? Dying in the enemy jungle. They take him down. Unfortunately, though, it does cost them the usage of the Moonlight Shadow. So that means that the next few minutes is just going to be a farm fest for them. No real plays made on the map. So it seems like both teams end up in these situations where they commit really big ultimates, but all they get out of it is a support.
Let's see, the Sand King does have a pipe now, which is gonna help mitigate a little bit of the Darkseer damage. He's gonna be going for BOTs next. And the pipe is really nice, but at the same time, I do think you wanna have a BKB on the Sand King. So you can just jump in haphazardly, don't care about danger, and then pop the BKB. But we'll see. I feel like eventually he'll probably build it anyway.
Speaking of haphazard kind of jumps, Lissex went for this Blink Dagger immediately after buying the Axe. We used to see this a lot more, like I'd say like 2 patches ago, like blink as soon as humanly possible. They started shifting into more overall team items. We'll talk about it in a second because Kara, oh, it's just Kara, who cares? So then we started seeing like Greaves, Lotus Orbs, etc. Then things that started to turn back in this direction. What? Barrow Strike catching 3 heroes there. BKB will emerge from Jamari, but it's already too late. Dark Demon is the first one to fall in this fight. Jamari trying to chase down Dad using this exorcism. Do they have the damage with Mingati? Yes, they do. Terrorblade will go down. A beautiful Burrow Strike to be sure, but they still end up losing their Terrorblade. Nengoflo gonna look for revenge, trying to find out Mingati, and another great Burrow Strike catching 2 cores, followed up by the damage from Disma. That's gonna be them dead. Yamari doing what he can on the Death Prophet, but unfortunately death comes to us all, even those who prophesy it. That's a 4-for-1 trade. Omega Gaming went for the fight. It turns out it's not a fight they wanted, Joe Wingblade, as they lose everyone of value. And Ravens, they get a lot out of it. Sure, you lose the TB, but you take one hell of a fight afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. The Spirit Vessel on Morana is doing so much. Has 8 charges as well. Now has a mech too. And damn, those Burrow Strikes. My goodness. Good stuff.
Shout out Benjas. Definitely shout out Benjas for that one. Did everything in his power to enable his team there. I feel like if they don't get those Burrow Strikes as well as they do, the fight can actually go pretty poorly overall for the side of Ravens, but his initiations, his jumps in, allows them at the end of the day to actually keep these fights going in good stead. Dark Demon now. He has an Aghanim shot here, so he has the jetpack. I think the primary thing about this is they really are feeling on the side of Omega that they need some vision control of this map. They've been struggling with when and where to jump. So this helps them a lot in that regard, but I don't know, Wingblade, is it enough given that they've been decidedly losing the Ward War up until this point?
Not sure if it's gonna be enough, but it's gonna be useful to see heroes like Storm Spirit or Sand King before they jump. So it is quite a nice pickup.
Oh no.
It is quite expensive though, it's like half of his net worth.
No. Oh no! A comedy of errors here. Jamari might actually be able to escape because they missed the arrow. The Burrow Strike arrow combination didn't work. Oh no. It does cost a BKB charge, but you'll pay that cost to stay alive. I cannot believe that missed from Ravens. They will be kicking. If they lose this game, at the end of it, they'll be looking back and say, crap, man, why didn't we get that one connection? Might have changed our fortunes. Now suddenly you're not safe to take the tier 2 tower bottom. You can't really make any more aggressive moves. You still have to keep Terrorblade farming. That I cannot believe that actually just happened. Omega will be very, very happy about this. It buys them so much time here, Wingblade.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But hey, shit happens. Ooh, and Dawnbring. I keep saying Dawnbringer, which is an item from Heroes of New Earth because I'm old. Dawnbreaker almost has Aghanim Scepter. So that is very nice, giving the miss chance as well as more healing.
I feel like
very useful for when Sand King jumps in.
I feel like I would actually prefer this item instead of a shot. Oh, you see Mengofno popping BKB, forced to jump away. We'll talk about it in a second. Benyas almost getting brought down. Arrow connect onto the clockwork. Will Benyas die here inside the sandstorm? Where's the reveal? Where's the reveal? The sandstorm is actually doing so much work here. They need to get themselves away from the side of Omega Gaming. I cannot believe that for want of a little bit of reveal, they lose out on the kill on the Sand King. And that allows Ravens to just walk away scot-free. Tier 2 tower gets protected. They suddenly can't walk into Roche. How on earth were they not carrying regen? And instead it's them who end up losing, even though once again, Omega were the ones that looked for the fight.
Yeah, that is such a rookie mistake. I guess it's because Clockwork died early and he's like the one carrying the dust. But they should definitely have someone like at least Duxia and Dawn. Breaker, Wingblade, not Bringer. She doesn't bring the Dawn, she breaks it. Okay.
Technically, she's the Solar Guardian, you know, she shows up, brings the sun with her. You know, that's sort of bringing the dawn. It's okay, it's fine. We'll allow it. Pepe hands.
Ooh, Storm.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Pepe. Nope, he's not fine. He's not fine. Wasn't there a window there for the BKB? Or was it
He had 2 seconds cooldown on his BKB. That was such unfortunate timing.
Unfortunately though, Tiny doesn't have a BKB of his own, so he needs to get out of here very, very quickly. The Ion Shell Surge will give him enough movement speed and enough magical damage around him to make him a very unattractive target to keep chasing. Ravens will allow him to survive. The same will not be true of the Dark Demon. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but a support for a mid. Finally, we get Omega Gaming taking a favorable trade for themselves, but it might not be over here, Wingblade. Benyas looking for more. 4-star forward. Really wants to find a Burrow Strike, but I don't think they want to force the issue. They'll be happy if they can force the Roshan instead, as Dad, in the meantime, was taking the Tier 1 tower top. Now they move immediately into the pit, and they're going to look for the first Aegis of this game. They don't have Exorcism to fight against us right now.
I have no idea how they're gonna kill the 3.3k TB with 4 lives. If they can get the road.
Big vacuum coming in. Solar Guardian from Shan as well. They actually want to fight this. It's 4v5. There's going to come asunder, but they're inside right now. All of this magic damage, and there's no BKB for the Terrorblade. They still end up getting the Aegis though, but it's snatched by Kara, who's forced to try and protect it and not allow them to steal it from Omega. Unfortunately though, once they bring in the Storm Spirit, there's actually too much damage here. Dad was able to just turn around, start right-clicking away, sundered at the very last minute, but the big damage once again coming in from the Sand King, the epicenter, the Sandstorm. They're not done just yet because he gets another Burrow Strike Wingblade, and they want more kills, want to turn it into a team wipe. They'll allow Dark Demon to escape, but it's still good enough to engage a Tier 2 tower and potentially go up the hill. With the protection of this Aegis, Kara will be the one to tank the tower. I don't make the rules, fam, but you got the item, you have to pick up the responsibility.
That was such nice timing for Omega on the Roche. They like walked in at the perfect moment when meta ran out and Roche was low, but then they realized that the lineup doesn't do anything and they can't kill TB. It's a bit of a reality check, and now they're gonna lose at least one set of racks. They would have probably lost 2 if TB had the Aegis, but they're gonna play a bit more conservatively now. And TB now also has a Manta. I just have no idea what they're gonna do.
Manta, Skadi, Satanic. We spoke about some of these items earlier on as he was in the build-up to them. Now that he has them available, it does really start to feel like he is beyond the point where Omega Gaming can deal with him in any substantive capacity. You were mentioning in the draft how he can provide a decent matchup into this Tiny. And the matchup is amazing. It's decent under normal circumstances, but it's amazing when you're this far ahead of the Tiny. there's certain hero combinations where you're like, well, even if that hero is ahead, they have to be massively ahead to win the matchup. A Terrorblade 6k ahead of the Tiny, I literally don't see how Terrorblade ever dies in this game unless he makes some major mistakes.
Yeah, both the TB and the Storm are having such beautiful games. Very little control for the Storm, very little damage for the TB, and then you have a Sand King who just has all the space in the world and has an Eon Disc now as well, so he's also never gonna die.
Oh god.
My goodness, and Ench has an Aegis, so he's also not gonna die.
Oh god.
Goodness there, no one is dying anymore for Ravens.
Oh my goodness. So for Omega, let's see what options they have to try and force death to happen, even though it's not supposed to. Jamari still not more offensive items after picking up the BKB Sergeant Kaya. Trying to build into what I assume will be a Shiva's, but we'll see. Sean, well, you're definitely dead. There's no way that you have the luxury of surviving this. They're coming in on the side of Omega. Looking like they might want to take a fight here. Not so sure about this one. Jamari TP'd out very, very last minute. Dismal didn't have access at that moment to the Sacred Arrow. Otherwise, I think we see a dead Death Prophet. But here they come. They took the Rax middle. They're going to look for more Rax in the top lane. And they found Jamari. Oh no, BKB charge gets forced out. But now that the BKB gone, sure they did have to use Epicenter for that. Not sure it was necessary from Benyas. But without having access to BKB, how does Jamari approach these fights here, Wingblade?
I have no idea. Without Exorcism, it's hard. Without BKB, it's even harder. But she's just gonna get bursted. I feel like one of the biggest problems is once again the Spirit Vessel, because even if she does get out like 4 Siphons, it's just not gonna do anything.
That will help knock down the top lane of Rax. They're taking it away. It's down for the count. And now that they have access to the Titan Sliver as well on Dad, finally comes in his Hurricane Pike 2 that we spoke about a long time ago. They'll feel it's time to go and claim Omegas for ourselves. Mingati, gonna try force a fight. They go into Negalore, nicely done. 4-hero Avalanche into a 3-hero Vacuum Wall. Gonna be able to at the very least kill the Stone Spirit. Will they be able to get more out of this? Lissex definitely wants it. Yamari though falling too low. Dad is just too strong right now on the Terrorblade. They've already managed to bring down 2. Mingati, they will buy back on the Stone Spirit to try and force the fight further. They get in onto the Tiny. Tiny will go down without buyback. Doesn't have an option to return and help his team out. Lissex forced to run away. Shan can do nothing else but try and buy time by fleeing in the opposite direction, but still will end up dying, be forced to buy back. Ravens going for this ultimate push. Doesn't even matter. They don't need this last push because the GG's already been called. Omega Gaming throw in the towel. And they will give up the ghost here in game number 1, granting Ravens the victory and keeping the Division 1 dream. Even if it's only a dream, the dream stays alive right now.
Yeah, that TV. Even in the last fight, they had the perfect initiation, but they just couldn't kill that. Maybe if they had wall, they would have had more of a chance, but even then, it's kind of iffy. He's just so fat, and with the Titan Sliver giving more magic resist and status resist as well, that was just nothing Omega Gaming could do. They needed to snowball, they didn't manage to hit their timing, so Ravens just played a pretty solid game. Just get you a TB fat, keep making plays with Sand King and Storm Spirit, and you don't need anything else.
Yeah. I mean, we spoke about it before. I think what really came down to is the fact that Omega Gaming couldn't actually do anything, even when they wanted to. How many times did we see at Wingblade where they would smoke up 3-4 heroes? Maybe it started out as 2, then it became 3, then it became 4, where they're like, guys, we need to try and make something happen. But Ravens were comfortable to say, come at us. Every single time you come into us, you're the ones that actually have to make the perfect jump. Because if you keep a hero alive for 1 second, that gives space for Benyas to jump in. That gives space for Stone Spirit to jump in. That allows an opportunity for Asunder, maybe an arrow to fly in and change everything around. The pressure for Omega, well, as we started to see it ramp up throughout the game, it really did feel like this draft is kind of impossible to win with into the Ravens draft, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. This was definitely an outdraft. I do think that Ravens played really solidly as well. There were a few mistakes where I was like, was that really necessary? But overall, if you look at like the macro picture of this game, instead of like small individual mistakes, I feel like they played very well. Just the way that they were positioned on the map when they decided to take fights, that looked pretty solid.
They definitely did their best, and it definitely seemed like there was some hope coming out of the side here of Omega Gaming. But unfortunately, it doesn't end up being enough. And at the end of the day, the Ravens not only take the game one victory, not only get their first victory here in the DPC, but they finally get themselves a Terrorblade victory, despite how often they've been contesting this particular hero. So congratulations to them. They are on the board right now. The question is, can they turn this not just into a game victory, but a series victory as well? Keep themselves in contention for promotion into Division 1? Or will it be the case that they suffer a loss here and pretty much maintain their parity, maintain their holding in Division 2? We will find out as Game 2 is going to be kicking off quite shortly. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel right here. Make sure that you're following Pulse Gaming on Twitter as well. Make sure you're following Wingblade. Follow myself as well. You'll see our handles chillin' right underneath us. And whilst we load up Game 2, go take a walk, breathe some fresh air, tell someone in your life that you love them. And when you return, bright and fresh, be ready for some more action, some more Dota, and Game 2 of Omega Gaming versus the side of Ravens. We'll see you then. welcome back Dota World here to some South American DPC action. We're continuing with Division 2 with the second tour, the spring tour of the DPC, as we see which one of these squads will find themselves being promoted to Division 1 and potentially starting the road, the hard, arduous road towards TI itself. Here between Omega Gaming and Ravens, we have a 1-game advantage in favor of the Ravens. They took a surprise game off of Omega, their first win, in fact, here in Division 2, and they're going to be hoping to turn this into a 2-0 sweep to make sure they get their first overall series win as well. I myself am Snare, I'm joined by Wingblade. Good sir. It was a very interesting game, not as chaotic as we've often seen the South American games be, right? It felt very straightforward based on what we saw in the draft and how the game itself actually panned out.
Yeah, for sure. And this game is definitely gonna be more chaotic because these kids, they took no breaks. I wanted to get some food in my system, you know, take a short walk, but no, instantly the game started and these kids are back at drafting, back at playing. It wouldn't surprise me if after this series, like 5 minutes later, they're already insulting people's mothers in pubs because that's just how they roll. But sometimes you need a break, and if you don't, it's gonna be chaotic, which for us is very good because we are gonna get more enjoyable, crazier Dota. So I'm excited for this one.
I'm incredibly excited about this one. Of course, Omega Gaming, they might lose out in this situation and go down to 2 losses. Ravens could find themselves losing and we go down to a third deciding game. Let's find out which, because as Wingblade mentioned, we had no break, no type of waiting. We're straight into the draft. And we have some very interesting heroes emerging early on here. A hero that I've been seeing a lot in China, some spattering here and there in Europe and North America. The Skywrath Mage comes in quite early on for Omega with a good combo with the Sand King. However, for the Ravens, previous game, you were talking about this Terrorblade, who was contested in most of the games that the Ravens have played. They've often found themselves contesting for this Earth Spirit as well. This time around, it does slip through the draft. Omega Gaming decides to ban differently. What do you make of this first overall pick, Earth Spirit? How much confidence does it take to pick up this hero at the very beginning of the draft?
It's a very player-dependent hero, and if you have an Earth Spirit player, you have an Earth Spirit player, and no matter which team you play against or which team plays against you, that hero is ban-worthy. It's like if you have a Jerex kind of player in your team, it's always scary. Yeah. And it's actually quite good against the heroes that Omega Gaming has so far, because they're not super fast, but they do want to get all of their spells off in like a controlled manner, where you do like Grimstroke ulti, then double Burrow Strike into double Ancient Seal, and then a Mystic Flare. But if you can roll in and kind of disrupt that rhythm with an Earth Spirit, it's crazy good.
It's also kind of interesting the fact that they have the double silence on both sides, right? Earth Spirit Disruptor on the side of the Ravens. Omega Gaming have the Skywrath Mage Grimstroke. Quite intriguing, means that life is not going to be that easy for the spellcasters. Fortunately, Ravens don't have that many of them, so they don't have that many worries at this regard. It's very intriguing to me here, Wingblade, that Omega Gaming, despite the fact that Ravens went in for the dual combo of Disruptor Kunkka, they still go for the Batrider. Now, obviously, nowadays, Batrider isn't played primarily just for the lasso. However, he still needs to be able to get onto an opponent using the Firefly. Why pick it up when you know for a fact that your entire movement is going to be obscured? Is he that confident about getting an early BKB that he doesn't have to worry about it?
I think so, yeah. Like, you want to get an early BKB hero against what Ravens has. I feel like Batrider is definitely one of the better ones if you want to go for some kind of really hard carry. And that looks to be the case for Omega Gaming, because they have these 4 heroes that absolutely love non-stop fighting, and they're gonna leave like a big vacuum on the map with a lot of neutral camps in it. So they're gonna want to pick up a hero that can capitalize on that.
I mean, given that they are playing with Medusa on the side of Ravens and seeing how Dad played his Terrorblade last time, we know that Ravens will be prioritizing being able to progress into the later portions of the game with this Medusa, and you need to make sure you can contest them and not allow him to just run completely over you. In the meantime, for the Ravens, they end up picking Queen of Pain for the mid lane. I thought this was going to be mid Kunkka, but Queen of Pain, a hero that has been very ignored lately in favor of everybody else that's been top of the list being played from the mid lane. why co-op in this game? Isn't it a bit dangerous playing it into the double silencers we spoke about earlier, and the fact that they actually have enough burst damage to kill this hero? And to make matters worse, sure, you buy Sergeant Kaya, but you're not really a BKB buyer, are you?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice here. I feel like their train of thought is that they want to bring the aggression to Omega Gaming. You don't want to give them the space to have like these combos with their support and that aggression. So you just want to be running at them. It's like a fight fire with fire kind of situation. But it is very risky. If it goes wrong and you get behind on the co-op, you don't get the BKB or the Lincolns on the Saya and Kanj in time, you're going to have a terrible time. But we'll see if he can make it work.
I mean, last game he managed to make some magic happen with that Storm Spirit, so his quality and his ability aren't necessarily what's in question. It's all about how the game itself pans out. For the other side, though, for Mingati, I was expecting a bit harder of a carry for the game here instead of this Wraith King. This does mean that they have the ability to fight. You were already talking about how they have these 4 heroes set up to be able to brawl constantly throughout the map. Is Wraith King the kind of hero that brings it all together? Do you think that this was the right option to go for a hero that will be fighting sooner instead of getting a hero that will fight later against the Medusa?
I think it's actually a pretty decent choice here. Because while Wraith King can fight pretty early and has nice synergy with the Grimstroke, you can definitely skill in this game because you have so many disables. Like Wraith King as a hero isn't necessarily the strongest late game heroes. But if you have a supporting cast like this with so much control, you can definitely make some magic happen.
Well, we'll be seeing if that magic can happen here for the side of Omega Gaming, because if it doesn't, then suddenly Ravens, they get game 2, they get their first series win, and they get to stay very comfortably in Division 2. If they lose this game, it's a literal 0% chance, or at the very least, it's never been done before, that a team has been promoted to Div 1 without at least having maximum of 2 losses. More than that, it's a wrap. Whether or not Ravens can keep that record for themselves, we'll find out together here in game 2. Let's go. And this time around, look at this. Last game, they got punished middle with this Storm Spirit for Nengoflo, because he not only had himself scouted out with the Observer Ward, but they blocked his camp. This time around, Kara was there immediately in the mid lane, saying, nah, boys. I am blocking off the approach. Nobody is getting close to this lane. Keep your wards on your side of the map, guys.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll see, we'll see. Wonder if we're gonna see any aggression, because Sand King and Skyrat Mage are looking for trouble. They're definitely gonna find it.
Yep, that's gonna start here. Dismount getting a nice roll forward, finding the Dark Demon here with the Rolling Boulder. A lot of damage coming in. Oh no, this would be disastrous if they give it to Dad. Couple more right clicks is all they need to get this kill. Dark Demon gonna make them work for it. Looking for the deny here onto the tower, and indeed he will be able to find it. There will not be a first blood in this game. And not only that here, he's managed to prevent them from being able to go pick up their bounties, and Omega Gaming will pick up 3 instead. If you don't give away first blood and your team gets these bounties, I feel like this is a decent enough trade. It just sucks that you have to give up the Fairy Fire for it as well.
Yeah, I think that was actually decent. Well done there by Dark Demon. It helps to be a 325 base movement speed hero sometimes. Actually,
nice.
most of the times. It's just really nice.
He'll need it though here, Wingblade, because look what they're doing on the side of Ravens. Okay, they were doing this. They were stacking up to try and find the first blood, but Disma realizes you can't leave Kunka alone down bottom. They will go try and assist him. Just make sure that he's not get overwhelmed by Mingati and Shan. And he's gonna start off by getting off a very nice pull for himself. Well, it's not for him. Obviously, it's for Benyas down the line, but I was hoping for that early first blood. We're not going to be having it. Quickly turning our attention towards this mid lane. This is unlikely to be a site of the first blood, right? It can happen, but do you expect it to happen before level 6?
Probably not. There is definitely some kill potential, because both of the heroes are kind of low HP, high damage, high commitment heroes. But they also have like enough mobility that they should be fine.
Yeah. For the most part, not really anticipating too much happening between these two here. Monsieur Conductor of Chaos, top lane. It could happen. There is quite a bit of magic damage here. If they find this catch out to Kara, this could be the first blood Lissex, or the first real blood, as first blood was technically Dark Demon, but They'll be content for now just to harass Kara behind the tower, force him to use quite a bit of this regen. Obviously, you don't want to salve up. You would try to reserve this for the Medusa, but we'll see how things go for now. This time around on the side of the Ravens, they have managed to prevent Dark Demon from blocking the pull camp. So this means Dad is going to somehow have an even better start on the Medusa than he got on the Terrorblade last time around.
Ooh, Quap. Got really low there with 9 sticky napalm and then a flame break. But this does mean that the Batrider doesn't have Firefly just yet.
No Firefly until level 4, maybe even level 5 at this point. Nemo Flow is being kept away from some of these rules, but they actually might try to make something happen onto Jamari. Jamari needs to be careful here, but so does Nengo Flow. Nengo Flow very low. Who's gonna die first? Fairy Fire getting used up. Dismar gonna try to get this chase down onto the bat, and they get the right clicks through the trees. The Earth Spirit provides the vision. Nengo Flow provides the damage, and they do manage to get the kill. Ravens off to a very hot start here. Not anticipating, you know, neither of us were really thinking we're gonna get these early kills, but with the assistance of this Earth Spirit, he makes it happen middle. It's going to be an amazing start for the Queen of Pain now suddenly.
Yeah, and it's already a pretty good matchup. So now having that advantage, having the wand finished and having the bottle flying out is very, very nice. Also, she's like half a level ahead, which is great.
Yeah. She will hit her level 6, level 7, which means that earlier rotations will be coming from her. Of course, Batriders these days don't make so many early rotations as they used to. If they do make one, it might go to the top lane. One thing I do like about this Batrider pick, and just in general, I hop on about this all the time in China, as we might see another movement onto Jamari. Jamari certainly dead. Woo! Batrider, my friend. Use the Firefly, but you know what's up. Dismal's going to be able to pick up that kill. This is now turning into a disaster. It's one thing to die once, to die twice. You're going to come back still level 4. She's going to be most of the way towards level 6. It could not go worse even if you tried as the Batrider right now.
I love the communication between the Quap and the Earth Spirit as well. Just like, hey, I have a high amount of stacks. Batrider might dive me, and Earth Spirit is there every single time at the perfect moment.
Yeah. At the perfect time. Rolls in, makes magic. Speaking of Earth Spirit, he rolls in bottom again. Just barely missed the jump onto Mingati. Had he connected with that rolling boulder, it would have had the boulder smash into the tier 1 tower. Would have been staring at a dead Wraith King. So far, this Earth Spirit, you were talking about it in the draft, Wingblade, that you don't need an Earth Spirit in the game, you need an Earth Spirit player. And Dismar is showing that he has the understanding of what this hero needs to be doing at certain times on the map. Looking quite good so far. Of course, still early days. We'll see how this goes as things go on. I wanted to ask you a question, though, about what's happening in the top lane. Dark Demon playing the Shadow, the Skyrath Mage, excuse me. We've often seen that this hero requires a very good setup combo in order to be very effective. They have the Sand King here. Of late, when I've been seeing this hero played, it's often been played with Marses. DK has been the preferred option. Is Sand King good enough as a setup for this hero to enable the full Skyrath Mage combo to land?
If you coordinate it perfectly, yes. Because Mystic Flare does damage over 2.2 seconds, and Ancient Seal is practically instant. But that requires super good coordination. Ooh, mid.
Oh, speaking of coordination, Dismar, Kara, and Nengo Flow coordinate perfectly to get yet another kill onto the Batrider. The kill is impressive enough that Jamari himself will tip Nengo Flow and say, "Alright, man, shout out to you. I get it. I see what's up." That's going to be the 3rd death onto this Batrider. In the meantime, though, we have a small fight breaking out inside the Radiant jungle as well. Benyaz, him and Dismar just trying to get themselves away. This is crazy. Benyaz got jumped by Mingati as well as the Skyrath Mage. The Grimstroke, excuse me, of Shan. They were trying to get the kill onto him whilst they knew Dismar wasn't around. But Dismar is just back in a flash, fam. This Earth Spirit, the mobility on this hero, his ability to show up mid, get a quick kill, and return immediately to the lane to provide defense is kind of insane. I can sort of see now why they decided to ban this every single game against the Ravens.
Yeah, he's just everywhere. But to come back to the question quickly, if Sand King is good enough as setup for a Skyrath, yes. Alright, next subject.
Oh, you know what I love crossing over with you, Wingblade? You never let a question go. You'll be like, "Hey, remember that thing we talked about 10 minutes ago? Yo, wasn't satisfied with that conversation. Let's go back." Love to see it.
Yep. We can't leave the viewers like that with cliffhangers. they're gonna have to follow me over at Wingblade Dota on Twitter to find the answer, you know?
Hey, my man is leveling up on the shilling game. You love to see it. You love to see it. One thing I also love to see is a Kunkka doing well. And this offlane Kunkka doing quite decently here on the Pirate. Level 6 right now. Not the most farm in the world, but very scarily, he's out farming both Batrider and the Sand King. And unfortunately, outside of the damage potential of the Skywrath Mage and a bit later on with the full combo of the Sand King, doesn't feel like they actually have that much pure damage unless they decide to dedicate it onto one specific target from the side of Omega.
I think they should have plenty once they get some levels. It's kind of a slow start because heroes like Dreamstroke and Skywrath, their damage isn't that high until they get like level 8 or something. So they're just gonna be waiting for some levels on the supports and the BOTs on Batrider, and then they're gonna start making move. The question is it gonna be in time? Because at the same time, Dad on his hard carry is once again shooting up in net worth. And there is definitely a timer on Omega, I think.
Yeah, they are going to try and open up more space with this window. Jamari had smoked up with Shan. But unfortunately, this is a bit of an awkward situation. You don't have the BTs just yet. You don't have a Blink Dagger. You need the Inkswell to initiate for you. But they will also have access to the Wraithfire Blast as they converge down onto this Kunkka. Should be an easy kill. Benyaz does go down. But unfortunately, might not be the only one to go down here. Nengoflo shows up with a double damage rune. And the rest of Omega Gaming, they actually have to run away. They see this DD Quap, they're like, well, we actually can't deal with this. So despite being able to get that kill onto Benyaz in the offlane, not much pressure applied to the offlane tower. Things still looking pretty decent overall for the side of the Ravens, despite the fact that they were the ones that lost out onto the offlane hero first. And Dismar's just gonna farm so much of the way, but like a good support, he doesn't kill all of it, keeps most of it alive for Benyaz to pick up once he returns to life.
I love this Dusa build. Just 3 bands of Elven Skin and Agility Treads. Like, gotta be agile, you know?
Oh, lol.
He's like a Scrum developer.
Oh, are you also getting this lag spike? Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Just had a
attack.
small little lag spike there, as we see Dad picking up the full young Dragon Lance available to him. Got the side of last time around on the Terrorblade, gets it a little bit sooner here, obviously on this Medusa. At the top of the net worth for sure. The question is, will he be able to stay there? Top lane, they're trying to force a fight on Omega Gaming so they can take the tower. But unfortunately, this might not go the way they thought. They get a Sonic Wave out onto Lissex. He threw out the epicenter first, so that allows him to at least kill Kara. Dark Demon shows up to the fight as well. But will he be able to keep this fight going? Nengoflo kills him to claim himself an additional kill. Lissex falling low to the Shadow Strike. One more right click from Nengoflo will kill him. He doesn't have vision anymore. He lost him. Oh no, Lissex might actually survive this. The Dust of Appearance went by too quickly and the Scream didn't connect. Lissex will survive. He walks away. The sliver of HP. Nonetheless, he does survive though. It ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. Finally, Omega Gaming get something favorable for themselves. Unfortunately though, here Wingblade, they were making that move to try and pressure the tower, but as things stand, the tower pressure will not happen unless they try again, and indeed they do. They've already rotated up both supports once again.
On Sky. Just a level 2 Burrow Strike. The range is so terrible.
Oh, nice glimpse back coming in from Kara into the rolling boulder from Dismar. Enables them to bring down Lissex. The offlaner will fall. Maybe stuck around a little bit too long, hoping for the counter engagement onto Nengoflo. Ends up biting them pretty heavily in the ass here, Wingblade. As they now lose the offlaner. They lose him to Dismar as well because, you know, normally you're like, whatever, I lost my life to Earth Spirit. Dude, Earth Spirit is level 7. 11 minutes into the game. What? He's just doing so well so far. About to crack level 8 as well with the solo experience from this lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's been involved in every single one of Raven's kills.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's always a good sign for your position for.
So
He's
I think
just
that's-
rushing straight BKB so he can jump in without any carry in the world. Love this build.
How do you deal with this if he gets to that BKB? Dark Demon has no damage suddenly. Shan has no damage. Sand King has no damage. They don't do anything. They're going to try to do something though. The 3 heroes I just mentioned with the Batrider as well. They're going to smoke up. Bat leading the charge finally has access to the BTs.
They found some decent success last time around, smoke ganking directly onto Benyaz. This time
Ooh,
around, it is the
they find
Medusa in the
Dusa.
area, but they're gonna go the wrong direction. They go towards Kara instead. Disruptor is like, kill me, thank you very much. Awesome. Don't have to worry about y'all jumping the Medusa. Instead, actually, they're gonna try and get the jump onto Mingati. Force maybe the first usage of his life. Very interesting play here from the Ravens on this one. Not sure I agree with this.
careful.
They're gonna get the turnaround onto Dad. Throws out the Stone Gaze. Soulbind was used, but nobody's sitting near him. Benyaz anticipated that maneuver and was able to immediately Delta Split so that the Soulbind was useless. Not sure they needed to do that. Pretty much just a waste of a Stone Gaze, but does distract them a little bit longer so that Nengoflo can put pressure on the tier 1 tower top. Fortunately for the Omega Gaming lineup though, they realized it was distraction and they fought up. They're coming top to try and kill Yamari. They'll throw in the lasso, but here's Benyaz having made the rotation. Sonic Wave, they turn around. It was a trap wing blade and they spring it shut over the Batrider. Claim yet another kill for the Queen of Pain. She will die though for this. There's the combo. I was asking, is this a good setup? And indeed it is. But ultimately, I'm not really sure it's worth it, given how far away from the map you've been dragged up and down, not really accomplishing your primary objectives as Omega Gaming.
I do like in this game that Sand King went straight for the blink as opposed to something like the hood. Just recognizing that he is the main playmaker so far until Batrider gets his BKB, but he knows that Bat is having a pretty shit game.
Oh, Batrider.
So they really want to get this tier 1 top now, so that Sand King is free to move somewhere else and pressure on other parts of the map.
This might actually be the longest time I've ever been in a game of Dota and not seen a tier 1 tower fall in a professional setting. Dude, 13 minutes in, we haven't had any tier 1s anywhere. Not even be beneath half HP. This is kind of crazy. They're going to try and accomplish this in the top lane here for Omega Gaming. Does seem like they'll finally be able to make it happen as Ravens are doing the same towards middle. But for all the kills we've gotten, been somewhat surprised by the lack of real estate take that we've had so far. But we might still have more fights breaking out here. Mingati came middle with both Shan and Jamari, but they won't find kills. At the very least, they keep the tower alive. Whilst we see Lisek still pushing top. They will be the first ones to claim some real estate on the map. This is a necessary cash injection, especially for this Batrider. Like you said, not doing too well, but at long last starting to make decent progression towards that BKB.
When Wraith King picks up a Blink Dagger now, but they're not satisfied with their initiation so far.
Do you like this build, going Blink right after Omnit instead of going for the Desolator first?
I actually quite like it this game, yeah, because damage is really not an issue for Omega Gaming. It's getting on top of the right targets. Like even Dusa right now, if you manage to jump her with a Mystic Flare and the damage amplification and then one follow-up stun, she's still gonna die. Like no question about it.
They were trying to make that initiation happen bottom. They reveal the Blink Dagger, but Mingati just gets glimpsed back. The Inkswell combo doesn't work as expected. In the meantime though, Benyaz will die middle. This fight is going to be split across the map. Ravens now know that they are playing at a significant disadvantage. Dad will get stunned up as well as Kara with the Inkswell. Mingati throwing out damage onto Kara will be able to get the kill onto him. He did drop down the Static Storm from the Disruptor, but Mingati still has access to the full second life. Dad forced to pop the Stone Gaze and flee the area. It's 2-0 so far. Disma, nice block off of the Rolling Boulder. They will not allow an escape on the third Spirit. And they claim the third kill here for Omega Gaming. The smoke, Ravens didn't really need to take that fight, but they stuck around way too long, overestimating their own strength, and they get punished super hard for it, losing 2 supports on bottom and an offlaner here in this mid lane.
Yeah, Ravens has to be very careful about which times they try to take fights.
Pain also has to be very careful as she ends up losing her life to Sand King and the Skywrath Mage. Not worth it. Now I was about to ask you if it's worth it, but then I just realized that it's offlaner support for mid support, not worth. Why did they make that jump? It felt like Ravens just overestimating their strength once again, and actually not even overestimating their strength, overestimating the survivability of their heroes, because Queen of Pain way too squishy to make that kind of movement right now.
Yeah, they just got a little bit overconfident because fights were going well for them. But you need to be so careful because even once you do get BKB on the quad, you're still gonna die in a single stun. So you need to make sure that whatever you do, don't feed Omega Gaming. Because if it's a stalemate position, your Dusa is gonna win you the game. So you need to make sure that you only make really safe moves.
Omega Gaming have made a very safe move by just picking up this Earth Spirit, finding him inside the Dire jungle. That pickoff should enable him to secure the tier 1 tower in this mid lane as well. With the armlets, he's building into the Deso now. Yo, check out these Medusa illusions. Solo defending the tier 1 tower. What? Okay. Manta style, good item, I guess, especially when you're sitting with, at the time, a Pupil's Gift. All right. Ends up working out for them. Barrow Strike, though, unfortunately going down onto Nengo Flow. No BKB available, and even if it was, you would have still gotten Barrow Strike and killed. You do not have the requisite item to stay alive in this instance. Now the question has to be, do you just go back after the BKB? Do you have to buy a Lincoln Sphere to prevent yourself from getting jumped on like that every single time?
I think so, yeah. Not just for fights, but just for aggressiveness on the map as well. This could be a good initiation from Dismar.
I think we just a kill onto the Dog Demon. Lissex does manage to survive there, so... Dude, I'm actually really shocked. The tier 1 tower is still alive. I have no idea how they've managed to make this possible, but haven't been able to bring it down just yet.
It helps that Omega has no tower damage.
What do you mean, bro? They have this entire raid cave. Look at these skellies, man. You wanna tell me these cute little skellies can't do tower damage?
I mean, yeah, that's the one source of tower damage they have. Very small summons with low HP against the Medusa. I guess that answers the question of why the tower isn't dead yet.
And of course, like we were talking about earlier, because he bought the Blink Dagger from Ming and T, he doesn't have the Desolator, so even though he got it like 2-3 shots onto the tower, right now it doesn't really do that much damage onto buildings at the very least. We'll see as time goes on whether or not that changes up somewhat, as they're almost Wing Blade at the point where they have the full Deso. Where is Sand King? Sand King's already positioned in the tier 2, near the tier 2 tower in the top lane. So they're already positioning on the side of Omega to try and look for a fight ASAP once they have the Deso. BKB is also just finished for Jamari. Feels like they're finally ready to try and make something happen of their own accord and just take the fight to Ravens and not turn back no matter what happens afterwards. Maybe even get a tower on top of that.
Yep. So let's see. The BKB on the Batrider. They have the Deso finished on Wraith King. This is definitely a big timing for Omega Gaming. And Ravens need to know that this is going on. But they have some decent vision in their own jungle. I'm not sure if they're gonna see this coming still. So Omega have any smokes? No, it doesn't look like it. So actually these wards gonna give a lot of information. If I were Ravens, I would stay the hell away from this fight.
Well, they're not going to take the memo, my friend, because they're going to go in for the initiation. Kara's going to be the first one jumped, silenced up, so there's not going to be any access to the static storm. We'll buy back instantly, but Benya is also getting jumped on. No BKB for him. There's no access just yet to the boat. There was a huge Sonic Wave thrown in, but it misses absolutely everybody. Dithmar dies. Benya gets brought down. The static storm that came in from the Disruptor wasn't that effective either. Did help them kill the Sand King, and now it might help them get even more out of this. Mingati, does he get out of this? No, he doesn't! Nengo Flow finds a double kill. The BKB timing on this Queen of Pain coming clutch in that fight. It arrived literally 10 seconds before the engagement started, and it turns out to be the perfect item to finish the engagement. It's a 3 for 3, and at the end of the day, it might be the case that Ravens are upset about having to buy back on the Disruptor, but giving that much of an injection of gold to the Queen of Pain, and especially allowing Medusa to be involved, whilst she herself takes barely any damage, the dream fight here, and you killed Mingati. How on earth did it all go so wrong when it seemed like the initiation was so good?
Yeah, I feel like the problem for Omega Gaming there was focusing the Kunkka, who not only has a hood and a plate mail, but was also on the boat buff. So he survived for so long while Ravens was killing supports on Omega. I feel like if they just kind of ignored the Kunkka after he used his spells and focused instead on the squishier target, the fight would have gone better for them most likely. And either way, it was impressive execution by Ravens. And I guess Omega did get a tier 1. It's still not worth for them because they lost their carry. But it's not absolutely terrible.
Worse things have happened. That is definitely the case. And, you know, last game was just a disaster all around. This time around, at least they are playing in a somewhat head-to-head scenario. They're even on gold. They are taking a mid tower as well. Just very unfortunate that they end up losing their primary win condition here. Sadly, it's also the case that they lost one of those win conditions whilst Dad on the Medusa was involved. This Dusa is starting to really get to those problematic parts of the game. I mean, she's building into the Lincoln Sphere right now after she finishes her Skadi. It'll be Manta, Skadi, Lincolns into the Silver Edge. Or is this going to be Daedalus or Silver Edge? There's nothing that you need to break, so you might as well buy Daedalus, I think, maybe. Either way, no matter what she goes for, it's getting to that point where you could potentially mop up all these heroes. You were just talking about how hard it is to kill Kunkka with the Rum buff. What if their Rum buff is applied towards Dusa? How do you actually kill her in these fights from this point onwards?
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult, especially because Wraith King is quite far away from BKB still, so he's quite easy to control. Just look at these Ravens hero. They can actually just completely shut down any melee hero without BKB. There's just so many tools. Even things like Kinetic Field, which tend to get kind of useless in the mid game, are still super relevant.
You have no idea how much hate you're about to catch, Wingblade, for even suggesting that Disruptor might have something resembling relevancy in the mid game. But indeed, that is the case. Kinetic Field still useful. Static Storm still crazy useful. You might see that usability come out now. Lissex, you're dead, man. Sorry. Flips back. There's the Static Storm. Easy kill. I'm like buying time with the Yule Scepter, but at the end of the day, there's no way out of this one. My friend even gets X marks back as well. Took them a little bit longer than they expected it to, but Destiny arrives all the same, and Nengo Flow will increase the kill tally to 8, 3, and 6 for this Queen of Pain right now.
That roll seemed to go straight through the Sand King. I'm not sure what happened there. But hey, that's just Dota. It wouldn't be fun if you understood everything, right? This means that there is always something to learn or to find out.
The one secret I've been trying to learn in Dota that Frog has not given me any tips on. How do I control my 4 teammates and make them play better? No.
Good luck with that one. I feel like it's faster to learn about machine learning and to make your own like AI teammates than to actually control your teammates in pubs even once.
Oh no. Midlane, poor Jamari gets flips back. I'm gonna pump the BKB. This might end up being a mistake. There's gonna be a Mystic Flare though. Initiation back onto the Queen of Pain. They set up a trap of their own. Dad really wants to try and kill Jamari. Doesn't manage to do so. They run out of the BKB as well, so they need to run away. Dismar misses the rolling boulder onto Lissex, so Lissex will find the Burrow Strike onto the Medusa, and now Mingati comes in. The Ink Swirl stuns up the Medusa. They're gonna get out these right clicks, but here comes the Coco Rum buff. Mingati gets crashed onto by the boat. Dismar, they're on top of him as well. Will they be able to cancel the TP? You bet your ass they will. Mingati, no escape for you, my friend. You just get right clicked down by Dad. And it's not over yet either, because Dismar finds another rolling boulder onto the high ground. Isolates the Skywrath Mage, gets him brought down. Once more, the same curse that's befallen them across both games here, Winkblade. Omega Gaming make the initiation, but Ravens win the team fight.
And that was such a good start as well. They killed Quop before the BKB, they killed Disruptor before the Static Storm. But still, they couldn't bring it home, and a large part of that is Wraith King not having a BKB. It feels so sad every single time. He just walks in, hits like twice, and then either gets slowed by the Skadi or just gets stunned. It feels like the impact of this hero is just almost zero.
I mean, in that last fight, he actually did less damage than all the participants in his team. He did the least amount of overall damage. It was very sad in that situation. And it kind of is starting to feel more and more like without having that BKB, which he still needs more than 1,000 gold before he has the full recipe for. Until that point, you actually can't fight. I think Omega just has to accept that fact. But at the same time, when you're playing into this Dusa lineup, it's very difficult to have the discipline to just not fight. Because you understand that, yo, if we just keep not fighting, eventually this is Medusa. She's gonna bring the fight to us and we'll be too weak to do anything about it. And now she's almost finished the full butterfly here, Wingblade. She's gonna have the butterfly as the BKB comes out from Mingati. So even when he goes in for that next fight, he won't actually be able to kill her anyway, because she'll have access to the 4 butterfly to keep him at bay.
I mean, their focus should be pretty clear. Just ignore the Dusa. Quop is still killable. Kunkka is kind of iffy, but I guess if you're like 5v1, still killable as well. And both of the supports can be killed too. I guess Earth Spirit does have a BKB, but they need to be very mindful of the way they take fights, because if you just force it straight on 5-on-5, you're gonna get demolished. So you need to try to just pick off the Quop, split the map, and then try to go for pick-offs, because that's what their lineup is good at.
Pickoffs, incredible with their lineup. Unfortunately though, doesn't help all that much when the enemy team is just this tanky and preventing themselves from getting picked off by just huddling together. Will help now though that they have this 4-star with Dark Demon, so a little bit more mobility for them. It'll help in regard, especially for the Bat Rider, who nowadays, you know, not uncommon to see bats ignoring buying the Blink Dagger or 4-star. So thankfully Skywrath Mage has helped them out in that regard to enable mobility in that sense. I am concerned though here about this Bat Rider now that we are talking about him. It feels, I wouldn't say that necessarily he's falling off, but it kind of feels to me like the way Omega Gaming has found their fortunes played out in this game, that they probably should have gone for a different mid laner. It doesn't feel like it has fulfilled the role that it was supposed to. As we see top, Sand King, they get a big jump here. Dad finishing off the Roshan in the meantime as they go for the kill onto Lissex. Once more, Omega Gaming make the jump and they end up getting punched in the nose pretty freaking hard for this one. Now you are out of a damage. The Sand King with the Skywrath Mage combo no longer is reliable enough to kill the Queen of Pain. So going in for that, pretty much just asking to die, and indeed they do here. And they give away the Aegis as well.
Yeah, the Nether Shell is such a nice find for Quop. But I have to question the Yules on Sand King as well. It's nice against pickoffs. If there's like 2 heroes going on you, but in team fights, it does almost nothing. And I feel like he's really regretting not just getting a BKB straight after his blink.
Yeah, BKB would have been so nice.
Actually, he may not regret it that much because he's going for E-Blade next.
Oh, okay. E-Blade plays.
That's a
Jamari
bad call.
solo killing the Queen of Pain. That's quite nice. Will the BKB protect you? No, it won't. Oh no, Benyas wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Went for the right click attack first. Yeah, if he didn't go for the right click and just went like, just waited for BKB to expire for the X marks, the animation would have been just in time. But you go for the right click first, you have to wait for the wind back. X takes too long. That will allow Jamari to escape with his life. And finally, taking the 28 minutes, but we finally have Bat Rider getting a solo kill with BKB Lasso. Yay! Hashtag worth, man.
I'm not sure why Quop is actually so poor. She was like 8-2, but then died a few times. I guess that answers the question. Once again, Sand King has his use. Maybe he'll be able to survive this time.
Rules actually formed the protective shield that he needed, but unfortunately it's not enough. You'd probably need, what would you actually need to survive that? You need duels, 4-staff, blink. Already have the Ghost Scepter. Yeah.
Heart of Tarask, E-Blade, Lincoln Sphere.
Alright, okay, check this out. If you had Ags as well, right, for the added range on the Bara Strike, then you would have been fine.
And Refresher too. An Octarine for the range.
And then even then it's a maybe. Now we have to ask that same question though, Wingblade, about what does Mingati need to survive. Does have the BKB TP out, but he probably knows as well that because they have Stone Gaze on Dusa, they've got so much damage, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna try right now, running and turning his gaze away, but the damage output from Dad is way too high. Doesn't even have the crit stick just yet, just with the Butterfly, Scotty, D-Lance, and the Manta. Still an absurd amount of damage coming in from the Snake Lady. She is able to kill the Wraith King. No more Skellies. They just push on forward. They've already taken the tier 2 tower, so now it's the tier 3 looking like it's going to tank some damage. And they still have 2 full minutes left on this Aegis right now. So there's nothing on this map that's going to turn them away. Especially since they don't have buyback on this Wraith King here, Wingblade.
Ooh, this should be a set of racks. Even with the deep push potential from a Bat Rider and a Sand King, Dusa just doesn't care about the damage.
And she's just chilling, man. Right clicking out everywhere. In fact, they just glimpse back this X. He's inside the static storm right now. Does not have buyback either if he goes down, and indeed he will. 50 seconds in the grave, no buyback. Wait King.
That was such a sick geomagnetic grip from Dismar. Just dust and then instantly in position with the grip cancelling the blink. Phew. Yeah, I would ban Earth Spirit against Ravens.
Anybody watching this game who's unaware of why they keep banning Earth Spirit against Ravens, this is why. Doesn't manage to find the roll onto Jamari, but doesn't need to. They force out an early BKB from the Bat Rider. This is good enough. Now Bat can't really reinitiate. And because Bat Rider doesn't have Blink Dagger, and they don't have the Sand King online, and Wraith King is just all but useless right now, they actually can't do anything about this. It's just 2 shades of Rax heads up. Ravens can walk away from this without suffering any penalty here when played. And indeed, that's exactly what they're going to do. Go take the outpost, slowly start pushing into the tier 2 bottom. And Omega Gaming feel like they're too far behind to force a play unless Ravens give them the opportunity by coming back into the base.
See if they want to keep going or if they potentially just want to wait for the next stages. Which is the safer play, but also you're 10k ahead and no one can touch or do so. So I guess they'll just take the tier 2 at least.
And he just will expire now. She's so farmed. She's building into the Dateless now with this Hurricane Pie completed. And this might be the last fight as Omega Gaming, they finally pick up a Blink Dagger for this Bat Rider. 5 seconds until he has the BKB online. This is it. This fight has to work. It has to. They jump down. Will they be able to get this kill? The Sonic Wave comes in though, pushes them away from the Medusa, and she just rushes forward, throwing out damage everywhere. Mingati is doing his best to throw in these right clicks, but it doesn't matter. They've already lost 4 heroes. He loses his first life, comes back into it. On the side of the fight, Jamari does get brought down. They isolate Mingati, they go back into him. They give Nengoflo a rampage on this Queen of Pain, trying to go for more as well. Dark Demon, come on fam, be a trooper, give him the double rampage. That's the right thing to do. We've got another hero on the field. Where's this Grimstroke? Sean, don't hide. There's a triple rampage to be given away, fam. Oh no, he plays so selfishly, but Ravens will still take it. Nengoflo with 6 kills in that fight being played, 7 if you count the Wraith King getting brought down. And that is gonna be that. There is no chance back into this one. Omega Gaming call GG. Ravens take the game. Ravens take their first series. And Ravens keep the dream alive for potential promotion into Division 1. They're not gonna have 3 losses. Instead, today we played, they cop their first ever win. Woo! What a game of Dota.
Yeah. I have been pretty impressed by Ravens in this series. It looks like they just have a very clear game plan and stick to it. There was like one iffy moment where they lost the co-op when Omega Gaming got some of their timings, but at the same time, the moment they got the BKB on the co-op and they felt like they were ready to take a fight at the tier 1, they just took it, and it just kept snowballing the Dusa, because even if Omega Gaming and Ravens took even trades, it was always the Dusa surviving, and they knew that Dusa was going to be their win condition, so those kinds of trades are absolutely fine to take. And as a result, in the last fight, we could see Dusa was just at this point of critical mass, and even with all of the spells, all of the stuns, it wasn't enough.
Yep. She got jumped first, like you said, she took every single spell against her, but they were like, who cares? What do we don't really worry about this. And what do you think went wrong for Omega Gaming? Because I think this draft had enough potential in it to try and actually play this game fast enough to increase the tempo, such that Ravens would have a difficult time, especially in the early mid-game. What went wrong? I mean, sure, it's a very bad look that the Bat Rider had an awful start to the game. That didn't really help out, but is this a draft issue, or do you think that Omega just didn't play this in as good a way as they could potentially have to try and make this draft work?
I think it's a combination, because when you think about it, you kind of want to have, if there is an Earth Spirit on mid, you want to make sure that you have one support that can like match the Earth Spirit on mid and babysit your mid to make sure that it's like even, right? But if you look at the equilibrium position for Omega Gaming, if you take the supports out of the equation, where it's just a Dusa against the Sand King and a Kunkka against the Wraith King, those are pretty unfavorable matchups for Omega Gaming, which means that the supports need to stay on lane, otherwise their cores are gonna lose. And as a result, Disma on this Earth Spirit has complete free reign in the mid. And because Batrider can't really create space early, there is way too much pressure on the Sand King and the Wraith King to do things. And as a result, they play this kind of suboptimal style. And even with all of those adjustments being made, they still weren't able to like shut down the Dusa in any way. So there is a part that is a drafting issue, but at the same time, the Batrider should have known that their supports can't really help him. So he should have played a bit more defensively. And it kind of sucks to give more space to the Quap, but it does mean that you can recover from just being behind in farm instead of being behind in kills and net worth. So, there is a combination between drafting and just overall game plan.
One more question about the game plan, though. This Earth Spirit, why don't we see more of this hero elsewhere in the world right now, or just in general? Because you were talking about it, sure, you have to have an Earth Spirit player, a specialist, to make the hero look this good. But it feels like as the years have been going on, a few more of those kind of players have been creeping in. But even still, we still don't see every team that has that kind of Earth Spirit specialist picking this hero up. Given what we've just seen here, Wingblade, should that become more of a priority? Should it become more of a thing where you think, yo, this Earth Spirit hero is doing so much work that we just have to sneak him in when we can? Or is it still a thing that only when you're feeling super confident about the game can you afford to first pick this hero?
I think there is definitely space for a more Earth Spirit in the meta. I'm not sure if every team can make it work, but I'm excited to see them try.
I really want to see more of this Earth Spirit hero. And honestly, I want to see more of this version of Ravens. This version of Ravens looked stellar today. Unfortunately, Omega Gaming, we've seen better from them in the past. Their previous wins, they didn't look this bad, but not really the best game and the best showing that they've brought us today. They might have thought to themselves that they have a bit of an easy game against Ravens. Not going to be the case here today. And with the result of that, we'll be going down 2-0. This makes things very interesting here, Wingblade, because before this, there were 3 teams that were sitting at the top of the group, no paying on 3 points, being drawn up behind them by Dreamers and SG Esports, both sitting on 2 wins and 1 loss apiece. There were 4 teams, Gorilla's Pride, Interitus, Omega Gaming, Wolf Team, all of them at the time that were sitting on 1 and 2 in the scoreline. Now that Omega Gaming has lost and Ravens has won, both of these teams are also 1 and 2. So that leaves us in an awkward situation where there's 5 teams with the same score. This must be really stressful going into the future games, right? For Ravens, do you think that this is the kind of win that can, we were talking about it earlier. What are the chances of them winning this one? Hey, now you have to win every other game after this. Is this the kind of win that can actually give you the confidence to make that kind of miracle run?
Oh, for sure. Because both of their 0 and 2 runs were against SG Esports and No Ping Esports, which are arguably 2 of the strongest teams in this division. So I feel like they can actually snowball from here, because they definitely give some confidence to beat a team like Omega Gaming, which is like in the middle of the bracket right now, and to beat them this convincingly. I could definitely see them ending maybe 2nd, maybe 3rd, somewhere up there, because they already had toughest matches, most likely, and now they looked really good.
They looked stellar today, and shout out to Ravens for putting on a very good performance. And due to said performance, they now find themselves in a spot where they are still in contention for promotion to Division 1. They are not yet guaranteed relegation at all. Everything to play for the rest of the weeks. So that's motivation provided towards the Raven squad here in the DPC for South America. For Omega Gaming, it's a rough loss, but it's not over yet. They can still bounce back, they can still try to recover, and they can still try and find success here in their DPC run, hopefully get themselves into Division 1 and potentially start building the road towards TI. With this particular matchup in the books, we have one more for the evening coming up here in Division 2. Wolf Team taking on the side of No Ping. You've heard Wingblade state it already. No Ping, certainly the team that's looking like the strongest in the division so far. And if they win their upcoming matchup, They are 4-0 clear and pretty much shoo-ins for promotion into Div 1. Erstwhile Wolf team, should they lose, we've been talking about it all the time. 2 losses is it. That's the ultimate limit. More than that, promotion is practically impossible. All to play for still, exciting Dota still to come, and more chaos still to be brought to us by these South American teams. For now though, we will be taking a short, let me not say short, let's say a medium break in between now and the next series, whilst we give Wolf Team and No Ping time to stack up, time to get home, time to get into the lobby and bring us some stellar Dota 2 action. Until then, Wingblade, good sir, you have been leveling up on the shill game. Please, shill for us once more. Where can the people find you online if they want to get a hold of you outside of this game?
Well, Snare is physically forcing me to tweet, so you can follow my Twitter at Wingblade Dota. I tweet there sometimes. Not really too active on other social medias, so if you want to stay in touch, just check that one out. But of course, the one to follow is gonna be Snare. I'm afraid to say his Twitter handle because I might get cancelled, but you know, follow him.
You can follow me at Snaregrodamus. You know, Wingblade, you will not get cancelled. Why would I ever cancel the conductor of chaos himself? You just entertain me greatly, whether it's in or out of the game, so I need to keep you around. And of course, make sure you're following both of us and following the Impulse Gaming channel as well on Twitter so you can be aware of all future games, all future start times, everything exciting happening in the wonderful world of South American DPC action. That is going to be that for now though. As mentioned, we're going to be taking a small break until the next series. In the meantime, go outside, take a walk, breathe some fresh air, grab a glass of water, call someone that you love, get them on the phone, tell them that you love them, and be back here to tell us how much you love Dota 2 in about an hour's time for the next series of No Ping versus Wolf Team. Until then, Snare, Wingblade, signing out for now. We'll see you then. Peace out. Be back in an hour. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and Dota world here to the Division 2 of the South American DPC as we continue with the day's action. We had a cracker of a matchup earlier on with Ravens beating Omega Gaming 2-0, but now we have an even bigger matchup. No Ping taking on the side of Wolf Team. In bygone eras, with the players that are in this lobby, this could easily have been a regional finals in South America. But yet, here we are in the lower division, waiting to see if No Ping can extend their 3-0 run to 4, or if Wolf Team will turn their fortunes around, make it 2-2, and keep themselves in contention to qualify for Division 1. As those of you who were here earlier would have heard, anyone who loses more than twice, which Wolf Team have already sitting on right now, has no chance of qualification to Division 1, so they need this victory. To see whether they can make it happen is myself, Snare, and I'm joined by the maestro of South American Dota, D2 Bowie himself. OG, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing great. And yeah, this is a really important match for Wolf Team. They've been consistently inconsistent for the past, I guess this tour and the last one. I think their last match was definitely weird, but they still have a chance. Unfortunately, it's against one of the best teams at the moment, No Ping. I don't think they lost a single game, but They are 3-0 nonetheless. And I mean, they just look crisp. It feels like they figure out a style. I think they're like, in terms of the actual patch read, it felt like they were ahead of everyone. So Wolf Team, they have a lot of work to do, and I hope they did a lot of work this week, because their last series didn't look as great, and they're gonna have to step it up, man.
Yep, they definitely have to step it up. And one of the realms in which I think they definitely have to step it up against No Ping is in terms of how they pick a strategy, curate the heroes that they pick, and go forth and win the game. Of course, that requires heroes within a draft, so let's get into it. The Game 1 draft is underway right now, and Wolf Team, they had the first overall pick, using it to pick up the Death Prophet, one of the strongest heroes in the patch, so I get it. But on the other side here, Bowie, No Ping have done something quite intriguing. The Mars is something we see pretty much all over the world, but this Keeper of the Light hero has been rising in stock, not just in the support role, but the fact that they're picking up a hero which now can be played mid as well. Is this an option for No Ping, or do you think they just care about getting that coddle, getting the usage of Chakra Magic in lane, more so than they care about major burst coming in from the mid lane?
Well, I mean, I watch a fair amount of Suit's stream. He's been streaming a lot recently. I don't think that's really his kind of hero. He might have played once or twice, but as far as I know, he's really into the spirits. He's really into, creating space. And I think Coddle is a total different type of beast, right? You pretty much become position 1 for the first 20-25 minutes of the game. You farm a Dagon. So this is most likely going to be RDO's hero. I think Coddle is a better 4 than he's a 5. And RDO, he used to be a carry, so Kato, probably the best type of hero for that mentality of a player. I'm not saying he's like, he's going to be griefing the game or anything, but he definitely likes to farm. He definitely loves having a little bit of the extra gold. So regardless of Mars being off lane or mid, I think they're going to try and give a good matchup for Kato so that he can farm a little bit and he can enable whoever is in lane. Mars is a good one, but there's lots of other heroes. Pango works really well. They could go Ember mid. Oh, Ember is actually banned, but really good with that cooldown reduction with the Sleight of Fist. There's like lots of really good combos, and that's why the hero is so good right now. Storm is also one that I've seen in the four Zoomers versus Wildcard Gaming series. Really good. Can cut waves. Storm just loves that extra mana. That one's still open.
That one is still definitely open, and of course, there's still versatility to be had with this particular pick. Wolf Team did come back here for the Clockwork Goblin, making sure that they have some long-range reach, potential combos from the off-lane. We don't necessarily have certainty where this Death Prophet is going. It could be going into the mid lane, so heroes like Doxia suddenly become a bit more higher in priority in terms of the matchup with Clockwork in the lane. One thing I'm quite curious about, though, I'm looking at these bans from Wolf Team, and they seem to be really terrified of No Ping getting jumped from the spirits in the mid lane. Ember Spirit getting taken out. There's no Void Spirit being available here. It's a bit intriguing that this is the route of banning, in my opinion, here, Bowie, because whenever I see teams that have Death Prophet, they are not that afraid of jump coming into them. Like, there's certain heroes that you sort of welcome getting jumped into, provided you have the opportunity to get off the Spirit Siphon, and given that they don't have that much additional burst from No Ping, a bit peculiar that they're this afraid of the jump, also after getting Clockwork as well.
Yeah, what is even more confusing to me is the fact that they decided to ban Void Spirit instead of Storm. I think Suits loves the Storm hero. It is a really good pairing with the Kato, as we already discussed. So I don't know if they are prepared with some sort of anti-mage pick or some sort of like counter, and they would actually rather face the Storm over the Void Spirit. But I don't know. I feel like most teams wouldn't agree. A lot of people actually consider Void Spirit to be a much lower tier hero. But we'll see. You know, I think HFN is definitely an AM player. They could even pick Storm themselves, since they do have this double pick right now in the second phase. Picking Storm as a third pick, even with the Kato, could be a little bit sus for no ping. They instead grab the Lich. Two very very squishy supports, right? When you look at Kato Lich, sure, they have a lot of damage. Sure, they can like assist in team fights quite a bit, but they are burstable. So Clockwork, really good versus both of them. Although Kato farms quick force staff usually. I'm not sure I like this duo, especially that early from no ping.
I decidedly don't like it, especially since this Lich Keeper of the Light, they sort of fulfill similar roles early on in the game. Later on, like you mentioned, they do get some kind of insane team fight. Chain Frost, Arena with the Will-O-Wisp, it can be quite buck, but for the most part, I'm not really feeling this so far. In fact, now that they picked up the Lich, it does give me a little bit of an inkling that this might be a mid Keeper of the Light instead. Just feels so awkward. Like, Kato Lich, yeah, I really don't want to see this. I'm really hoping that this is not the support duo. On the other side, Wolf Team, if this is indeed the support duo, they're exploiting it by getting a hero like Puck. Not a lot of lockdown available from no ping. For a Puck, it's practically no lockdown at all. Easy way to be able to get to the backlines. And it feels like right now, Bowie, the premium on silences for the side of Wolf Team is extremely high. They have a good one already from the Death Prophet. Now they have one on the Puck. And all they need now is just a hero that can dish out the damage in the small code after the Dream Coil. And suddenly their team fight is looking hella strong, even though no ping have some amazing ultimates themselves.
I definitely like the Puck here. Not only it is a hero that is good versus Clockwork, so you snatch that for yourself, but the silence totally destroys Kato and Lich, and it's also a lot of burst damage, as you mentioned, with the Puck. They grab the Ench. I was definitely not expecting the Ench, because it does kind of hurt their flex here. Death Prophet can usually be played as a 5, so when you grab the Ench, you're pretty much giving away that Ench and Clock are going to be the supports. You do, though, gain the Dispel on the Lich shield, right? So that can be very useful in lane, especially if they decide to lane these Enchanters in the same lane that the Lich is. I don't think the Lich is going to be mid, so as a support, you do end up getting that counter. But I don't know. I think unless you already see a Beastmaster or you're doing this as a response to something, the Enchantress, although it's a very strong support, feels a bit random here. I feel like they lack damage with this pick that they went for.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see a more damage-oriented hero myself. Maybe like a Hoodwink or something could have been nice. Give them a break on top of it, but the Ench, more lane prowess. I'm really thinking that whatever hero comes out in the safe lane here for HFN, it feels like it sort of has to be a hyper carry. You were mentioning the anti-mage proposal earlier on. It is still in the pool, but I certainly need to see heroes that are going to take advantage of the fact that they have this Enchantress to help. There's that Storm Spirit you mentioned. Suits himself is like, well, y'all left it. And, you know, we were talking about how for this Puck, up until when they picked him in the draft, there was very little lockdown from no ping. That is still the case. But at the same time, not that much lockdown from Wolf Team themselves. So because they picked a hero like Enchantress, no fear at all to go for a Storm Spirit. Now you actually have a way to get past the Clockwork. So even if he initiates onto the backlines of your team, you can do the same in the opposite direction and sort of create enough chaos that you can still utilize the Mars Lich to overwhelm them with just magic damage in the middle.
Yeah, I'm just kind of disappointed with Volt Team right now when I look at this draft. I feel like there's a high chance Anti-Mage can be banned from no ping, and also I was not very impressed by the Enchantress. I think they played it both times in the last series. I felt like, it was decent in lane, but they struggled to gain enough an advantage where the Enchantress felt super impactful. And it's so clear that Storm could show up here. I feel like this Enchantress does nothing versus the Storm, as you said. You have Coil, which is a good response, but do you have enough follow-up? Like, you need this Death Prophet to always be playing with the Puck, and relying on two cores playing together to kill someone else is always hard, right? Because it means you're sacrificing farm for at least one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I am very scared. I don't think there is a lot of responses that Wolf Team can do, and even like whatever pick they get, there's still last pick on Noping. This feels like a pretty decent draft. There you go, the anti-mage ban. So doesn't feel like that Storm's gonna feel threatened at all. You could go Void, but you still lack damage, as we talked about.
You know what's actually kind of funny is that this is going to be the 4th game that Wolf Team has played with Enchantress, and they've lost all 3. So the 0-3 at this point with this hero, it's a bit perplexing why they still decide to go with it, especially with the case being, like you mentioned, the lack of overall damage, needing the entire team to move together. And with this anti-mage being banned and Lifestealer getting taken out of the picture, Luna will be the last pick for Wolf Team. This is a somewhat HFN classic, this hyper carry. Unfortunately, Bowie, I am not convinced and sold on the presence of Luna in the contemporary meta. Just doesn't feel like she's playing at the same pace as everybody else. And unfortunately, I think one of the big things about it is you never really feel safe until like much later in the game to leave her alone as the big carry in the midst of the fight. She always needs so much help. I just don't see her winning fights unless they get a very good Dream Coil, an amazing hook with Cogs pushing back, maybe even Enchantress getting in front of the Luna and another hero. Just her fighting heads up. Well, to be fair, there's not that much physical damage, so the BKB will make a huge difference. But obviously, since they have the last pick for no ping, you just go ahead and pick the matchup in the carry scenario that goes well against the Luna after she gets BKB, and suddenly the draft seems a lot easier for you again.
And you know, I don't mind the Luna. I think that the big problem for me is if you're gonna play Enchantress, regardless of what happens, why are you 4th picking the Ench, right? Like you're 4th picking a hero you know you're gonna play, so you allow the other heroes to get targeted, and it's not even that good of an Ench game. So that's really my biggest concern with the draft. And I mean, Terrorblade is just a classic counter to Luna. You're gonna get the reflection against her. You steal the aura for yourself. It is a good matchup. It was expected, right? No ping has the last pick, so
yeah.
I'm not convinced with Wolf Team's drafting game 1. They could obviously win, but they have to play really goddamn well. Like, I don't feel like the draft favors them a lot. They have to, like, there's definitely a time they can snowball. If they do win, like, this Enchantress Luna lane can be powerful. But there's like, they are very squishy, and you're playing against Scotto Mars, right? We talked about how impactful that lane can be with the double spear. They're both very squishy. So whoever gets level 2 first in that lane can like just snowball, get first blood. The lane gets really hard. When you look at Storm versus Puck, sure, Puck does have Coil versus Storm, which is very powerful. But you rely on this clockwork. Like, he really needs to play with 4DR. So King RD, I feel like he has to carry this early game on his back. He needs to be in position to always play with 4DR and kill Suvs like countless times. If they are able to shut down the Storm, hopefully they can win this game in 35 minutes where like the Terrorblade matchup into the Luna isn't going to feel as hard as it feels, 50 minutes plus and stuff like that. But still, I feel like No Ping won the draft handedly. We'll see what happens.
I have the same intuition about this, but we will indeed see what happens here as game 1 is about to stack up. Wolf Team, should they lose this one? I cannot stress this enough, everyone. We went through the archives. We did the research. There's never, in the entire history of the DPC, been a team promoted from Division 2 to Division 1 in any region, in any context, if that team loses more than 2 games. 2 is the absolute limit. Will they be able to make sure they get this win? Because if they lose to No Ping, they are at the 3 mark and promotion is impossible. On the other side though, for No Ping, we see them stacking up with this Dust the Lich and the Audio Cuddle. They are staring down the barrel of going 4-0 up if they win this matchup. Pretty much being shoo-ins, if not for promotion, at least in contention for tiebreakers for promotion. And either way, No Ping looking hella solid. Wolf Team looking very consistently inconsistent, like Bowie said. But this game looking hype as hell. It's game 1 about to start. Let's go for some Dota hype in DPC.
All right. Very quick smoke here coming from No Ping. Well, they probably know about this. I'm sorry?
I'm saying that should have been scouted, right? That ward.
Yeah, I think it was. Kind of a YOLO smoke, honestly, like coming from that angle. You do expect Puck to be able to be there quick enough for DR. Very
That's the spirit.
experienced player. We'll definitely use the illusory orb to get there a little bit faster. But it was a good try from RDO.
You know, we had this last pick, Terrorblade, coming in from the side of Noping. The last game that we saw earlier in the day between Ravens and Omega Gaming, the Raven squad in game 1 did end up playing a Terrorblade where, given what the enemy draft looked like, he was allowed to skip buying BKB. In this game, there is surely some threat obviously coming in from the Puck. There's a decent degree of threat from the Luna, but is the overall threat high enough that the BKB has to come sooner rather than later? Or is it one of those games that you can go like Falcon Blade, Manta, into Skadi Satanic, and then just skip BKB entirely unless you absolutely need it in the absolute late game?
30 seconds.
I mean, if the game is even, I think there is a lot of an incentive for the Terrorblade to get BKB. Honestly, there was a game in the last series of of Wolf Team, where HFN was playing Terrorblade, and it was definitely a BKB game. He decided to be greedy with Scotty, lost the game because of it. I don't think NoPing would make the same mistake, so depending on how the game goes, he might change his mind. If they are ahead, obviously getting Scotty, is always going to feel a little bit better. You're going to farm a little bit more. But if it's even, we might just see the BKB, Yasha BKB or Dragonlance BKB, something of that sort.
Might have a first blood taking place down bottom, but Audio and Sexy Fat forced to run away here. Also, Bowie, why does it sound like you're traumatized from that SG Esports Wolf Team game? You saw things. You saw dark things.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm a Brazilian, right? So I have equal bias on both sides. It's just I just had so much expectation for Wolf Team, and that's why I'm harping on it too much. But I'm sorry if it feels like I'm.
No, please don't stop.
I meant no disrespect. I just wanted to see Wolf Team doing a little bit better, I guess, but. Don't tell anyone or the 2,000 people watching or anything.
Hashtag zero bias coming in from Bowie, zero Brazilian bias happening here, As a HFN, the eponymous person who we were just talking about, he should have a fairly decent lane here. Sure, you are playing into the Enchantress, onto the Coddle rather, but you have Ench to back you up. Some heal potential, some pull potential. You really shouldn't die here until like level 4, level 5 is when things get a bit dicey, but up until then, anticipating that HFN should have a decent time. Which of these lanes do you think we're going to have the most action coming out of early on in the game?
Probably the bottom lane, because Metamorphosis is such a long cooldown that I don't think there's going to be like much this Terrorblade will do. I don't feel like there's also a lot of kill potential on this Death Prophet clock lane. Maybe if the clock can isolate the Lich, there is a chance he can get a solo kill, but overall I feel like the bottom side of the map is where the action is going to be. Whoever gets level 2 here, HFN already has it, so they can definitely do a lot of damage to the Coddle. Mars unlikely to die, I think.
Audio, the amazing thing about having him play the Coddle, his positioning on this hero is honestly impeccable, so very much looking forward to seeing how he approaches this lane overall. Let's quickly take a look here middle, as we have a lane which we don't get to see nearly that much of nowadays. Puck has fallen down the pecking order a little bit. The Spirits, of course, are ascendant in the contemporary meta. But this particular lane matchup, Storm Spirit is winning right now. Should this be what happens more times than not, as Audio... Well, not Audio, King RD rather, excuse me, getting a quick kill onto Duster in this top lane, and they open up the score sheet. Betrayed by Bowie. I wasn't thinking about it, I was looking elsewhere. But they get the kill.
Yeah,
make it happen with
I
level 2.
did say that, if there was a kill, top was going to be the clock killing the Lich, so that did happen. Usually, you want to play in the lane as the Lich because it's really easy for the clock to isolate you outside of the lane. But even then, King RD actually found a really good spot where he was able to isolate the Lich away from the creeps in the top area. So nicely done.
Yeah. Nicely done. Tavo on this Death Prophet as well in this position. Of course, it is DP off lane, so not expecting much to happen in the early portions. We're just trying to get these levels up as quickly as possible. And then we'll see about movement to try utilize the first usage of Ghosts in this top lane. And that actually does bring us back into this mid lane. So things are looking quite dominant for Suits. We know that he's a Storm Spirit specialist, but is the matchup this lopsided that we should be expecting this much of a difference in the CS? As we see down bottom, Zexifed, what? How?
Don't be mad.
That's... I'm not sure that's supposed to happen, Bowie. I'm not sure how that happened, actually.
Yeah, very characteristic mistake. I don't think that's supposed to happen. And talking about the mid lane, I also don't feel... I actually kind of stabilized now. So maybe it was a little bit... Maybe there, like, he got lucky with the camp spawn and he got like 5 creeps twice on the small camp as suits. But yeah, like in terms of net worth, if we actually take a look, it's pretty close, right? So... maybe it was just some lucky spawns on the small camps and he felt like Suits was like dominating, but at the end of the day, the net worth feels comparable, although a slight advantage.
That's the most important part. They do have no camps being blocked here, so Suits can easily access those when he needs to. And with the level 3 static remnants, should be quite easy for him to farm this one up. This game, not very aggressive so far. Everybody is just sort of playing... You know, you're playing as shyly as you would expect given the stakes, right? For Wolf Team, they don't want to make mistakes, so they understand this is their last bite of the cherry. For No Ping, they're aware that winning this practically puts them into guaranteed contention to go top, so this is not the time to overextend and make bad plays. Just want to try and have a standard a game as humanly possible. That being said, which team is going to start opening proceedings first? Because I feel both of these mid laners have ample opportunity once they hit level 6, level 7 to try and make rotations into the side lanes. Which team is more incentivized to try and make it early as bottom? Sexy Fat gets taken down again, ran down. We see how it happened last time around. It turns out the Centaur Conqueror with the stomp and the body blocks enabled the rest of Wolf Team to run him down on Sexy Fat. Second death happening and they might get more. Audio went way too far forward. What happened, fam? What was this? What was this? HFN looking for the kill. They're trying to leave it for this Luna, and indeed she will claim it. That's going to be a very big kill to claim for her. Third kill she's involved in the first 5 minutes. This is a perfect start if you want to be a safe lane Luna.
This is really good. I think that's exactly what Wolf Team needs to win this game. You need to snowball your lanes. You need to use the advantage and pushing power that the Anch is going to bring. But answering your question again about the, you know, when the game becomes more aggressive, I feel like it's different. The supports inside of Noping, they can't really gank, right? When you look at Lich and Kato. So it's the Storm that will probably rotate to one of the lanes. He's going mid now, so it doesn't feel like that's something that he wants. Instead, it's 4DR that comes bottom here.
Yep, he's going to be the first one making the rotation. We just spoke about it. Level 6, level 7, and 4DR says, well, why do I need to wait for level 7, fam? I've got Dream Quell right now. I've already got damage flying in for HFN. And you know what I might as well do with this rotation, Bowie? I might as well make Sexy Fat's life even harder for himself. That's the third death he suffered in these first 6 minutes. He is having a torrid time. Bottom of the net worth, it seems like right now, of all the cores. I mean, Death Prophet's not that far ahead of him, but Suits needs to find this kill in order to make this move worthwhile. But unfortunately, 4DR easily able to get away. You just can't gank this here right now, even with the haste rune. He's gonna try for it though. Suits chasing him down. There's nobody coming in to help 4DR. Illusory Orb thrown in, and Suits not gonna be crazy enough to zip up onto the high ground. At the same time, though, Tavo able to melt down Duster on the top lane. That's a bit unfortunate for the Storm Spirit, right? You don't get anything out of your own movement or of your own usage of runes. Instead, you just have Storm Spirit walking all over you. And Melancholy, wait, what? Why did King RD do that? What happened, Bowie? Why?
Yeah, the Death Prophet used a Crypt Swarm, almost got the kill on the Terrorblade, but he used Fairy Fire, and King RD is like, okay, I guess I'll run at him. But yeah, questionable play. And you know, that's really the thing. Wolf Team, like they have top tier talent. These guys, they're really good. Usually when they lose games, in my opinion, it's not because of their lanes going poorly, but because of their macro decisions, their like trouble and struggle to close out games. I feel like they're terrible at going high ground. So that's expected, you know. I feel like these guys can definitely play the laning stage at the same level as No Ping does, even better sometimes. But the real question is going to be, can they actually claim a sizable advantage, get Roshan, and actually go high ground properly? Because that is usually when they struggle.
Certainly has seemed to be the case for them. Many times I've seen them in the first 20 minutes, they're winning the game, and then they lose ultimately. Right now, King RD, unfortunately, will make that particular journey a little bit easier, because No Ping might get a free kill out of this, but they realize that there is some danger coming. 4DR rotates in, gets the quick kill onto Duster. King RD looked like it was making a suicide dive. Instead, he was just setting up for the squad. 4DR finds yet another successful rotation on this puck. Second on the net worth. Been farming very, very well. Going in for the early Witchblade. Turn that later into the full Blink Dagger. This looks like such a good game, and they're not done. They still have Dream Coil. They could actually go back in here. They don't have the hook shot just yet, unfortunately, from the Clockwork. So probably until Melancholy comes really far out of the camp, they probably can't kill him. Still though here, Bowie, it's looking very, very good. Wolf team, they've increased the tempo and it doesn't seem like they want to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, one thing that kind of scares me right now is that they're pushing this tower with only Tavo. There is Glyph and definitely like an opportunity for a response here. Oh man, this is so greedy for Wolf team.
Alright, Ghosts have been popped. They go in with the Metamorph from Melancholy, able to right-click down Tavo. Instead, also Suits comes in to help out to bring down the Clockwork Goblin as well. They did end up losing Duster on the Lich, but who the hell cares? You prevent the tower from going down. It is in deny range, so somebody probably should deal with this. 40R looks like he's just gonna get a tower for... Wait, what? They're not gonna deny this? Really? Seriously? Hello? Somebody?
Yeah, apparently they're not, but I feel like the problem remains, you know? Killing Tavo there is so big, you waste the cooldown of the Exorcism, and that's like a really common mistake. Like usually in European carry, he would TP top with the Luna and actually help with the push, because at the end of the day, for the HFN will farm the top side of the map anyways.
Yeah.
But when you don't assist, you actually give the opportunity for the enemy team to just TP like that. So, you know, it's Tavo being greedy slash HFN being greedy of not giving up one wave to be there, and don't allow for that type of play from NoPing. Tavo might die again, by the way.
Let's see. Do they have Gaze? Yeah, he's dead. No way out of this one. Sorry, fam. Sinister Gaze to drag you back. Tavo's going to try and stay alive here with these usages of the Spirit Siphons. Unfortunately, Melancholy still has Sunder available. This is not an easy kill though. It's not a Death Prophet. Is he going to actually zone them back solo? Indeed, he's doing it. They need to actually use the blast coming in from the Lich to prevent Tavo from killing this Terrorblade. I thought they were going to bring in at least one to help, but instead, it doesn't happen. And the reason they can't bring anybody here, Bowie, is because they're busy losing the Storm Spirit in the mid lane. Got jumped on by the rest of Wolf team. As Tavo distracts the big carry, the rest of his team takes out the Storm, and now HFN finally emerges onto the field, ready to take down the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is a really good move. I love the fact that HFN actually rotated there, assisted their team. Tavo, by playing greedy like that, also held some heroes in the top side of the map. And this is great. I think this is exactly what they needed to do. Yeah, there were a couple of mistakes here and there, but at the end of the day, they claimed 2 towers, and NoPing, they're not even close of claiming any towers. In fact, the catapult bottom is there, but the tower switch piece, so there is a chance for Wolf team to mount a defense. There's a chance that they'll just, you know, starve NoPing farming this big jungle. This is exactly what they had to do, so I'm very impressed. I think this is already a much better showing for Wolf team.
It's the best I've seen them, honestly, just in these
against
first 10
a
minutes.
much better opponent, right?
Oh
In
yeah,
comparison.
the best opponent they've played so far. But that might be the thing, right? You know, certain players and certain teams level up at the same pace as their opponent. Like, the better the opponent, the better they play. 40R will be able to catch out RGO here. If they find this kill, this should lead into a tier 2 tower push. Tavo still has access to Ghost. HFN not too far away either if they want to get involved on this one. They're being a bit reticent about the positioning, but nonetheless, things are going quite well for them. And there we go. Ghosts get committed. Tavo with the semi-army coming in from Enchantress, they should be able to take down this tower. Bottom lane, Melancholy is going to try and make some push happen on the bottom lane, but he knows that it's too dangerous for him alone to push onto the tier 2. We'll just send in the creeps as well as the catapult. Tavo takes the tier 2 top though, so now Wolf team have so much more space on the map. They can claim this outpost and start to do what you just mentioned now. Start choking out NoPing by taking over their jungle and denying Melancholy that much more farm.
Yeah, that was not a good usage of the glyph from NoPing. They actually glyphed before the exorcism was used, so they didn't really have enough time to mount a defense. But I like what NoPing is doing now. They actually go from the high ground to the low ground. That's the proper way of taking the mid-tier 1 tower. And because they already mounted a really good position here, I think it's going to be hard for Wolf team to defend, especially because they did use that DPOT to claim the tier 2 tower. So we'll see what happens. Ooh, boy.
The fight that happens here, Bowie, the first person to be brought down within it is going to be King RD, taken down within the arena, but HFN wants to get involved, throwing in the full ultimate. Melancholy is inside the meta, 40R, taking a ton of damage. Will this puck die? And indeed he will. HFN, Eclipse is down, now he has to watch himself, manages to bring down Duster, but will he pay for this with his life? Dragged in by Suze, big block coming in from Audio, and Melancholy lays out the right clicks. Tavo trying to kill Suze, at least gets him down. It's going to be a double kill for the DP. Melancholy attempting to TP out, will be allowed to do so, as a piggy pull for Audio will enable his escape as well. It's a 3-for-2 exchange here. Although on the side of Wolf Team, they've lost two of their big important cores in the Puck and the Luna. Might end up losing Audio though. Hookshot, King RD finds it directly onto Audio. This just turned magnificent for them. If they can get this kill, it turns out that it was a worthwhile fight, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do it. They blast him back. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Blinding Lights, good spell. Audio, good player. And no ping. They walk away even though they had an equivalent trade death-wise and end up losing the Storm as well as the Mars, killing Luna whilst Melancholy survives. Hashtag worth every single time that happens.
Yeah, we did talk about the fact that, you know, Terrorblade has the better matchup. In fact, like, the no-ping draft scales much more. So, Wolf Team is ahead, and that's awesome, but they're supposed to be ahead. They have to, you know, make sure they keep that advantage, they secure Roche. As if this game drags too much, it starts to get ugly for them. So, it was a good defense. They also, you know, wasted a decent amount of time defending the Tier 1 tower. We'll see what Wolf Team does here. What is... it looks like they're actually going BKB on this Luna, so they are aware of the time that they're in, and I think this is very positive, because this game, you know, if this last 35 plus minutes, it gets so hard for HFN to carry this game. You know, he's known for farming, but he knows that it doesn't matter how much or how fast he farms, it's not gonna matter. So I like that he's going BKB.
I also like that Tabo and the gang are committing these goals to take out this Ancient. They know that they're not going to be going for any big push right now. And it does seem like they've been committing quite a few resources in the last few minutes in an attempt to try and slow down the farm of this Terrorblade. So no stack for him to claim. It's a pretty decent one. It also actually puts Tabo above the net worth of the Puck right now. Okay, cool. That's nice. He's also building into a BKB. So the idea is to have the BKB on the Death Prophet, BKB on Luna. DP tanks up for you. She rushes forward. But what do you make of this? We were speaking about the BKB options for Terrorblade before the game started, and it looks like he is going to be adopting that more risky posture here, Bowie. Doesn't want to build BKB, at least not just yet. Opting for the Manta start instead. Do you think he's just waiting to see how these fights pan out before he decides whether or not it's necessary?
I think so. And, you know, at the end of the day, you do have this auto draft, right? So actually pushing into no ping is really hard. You're gonna have all the waves shoved up by the illusions, by the illuminates. So he feels like he has enough time, and I think his assessment is pretty correct. You know, we kind of praise Tavo on farming that stack with the ult, but that also means Exorcism is on cooldown. It means they're not gonna be trying to get Roche in, you know, the next 2 minutes, which gives time for the Terrorblade. I think that's a fair decision.
Smoke up
Now
now.
Smoke,
King
we
RD.
did talk about Puck and King RD playing together. Let's see if they can find a juicy kill.
Did you see if that was under the ward? Because they walked just before it. I don't know if they actually got caught in the vision. Doesn't seem like it because the hookshot catches the Storm Spirit down bottom. Suits in danger here. Will he be able to get himself out of it? No, he will not. They take down the Storm Spirit. Great movement there. We wanted to see that combination, Bowie. We get to see it. And Sooth's just shy of having BKB there. Even if he has... Does he live if he has BKB in that situation? He probably does, but even then it's probably a bit close.
I think he does. He definitely does. But, you know, really good. I think this is even a little bit late for MOV Team, but that is the way that you want to play this game. It would be better, you know, if they were able to kill the Storm maybe one more time to delay that BKB a little bit more, because I don't think they'll have the chance to do it again since Suits is like 500 gold away from the BKB. Another really good assessment from them, because, you know, no Kaya, no Bloodstone, no you know, BS item coming from the Storm. He understands that as long as he has BKB, that's how they're going to be able to play this game and delay the game for Terrorblade, which, you know, is the most important part. And that's great. I think no ping. Both teams actually, they know how to win this game, and they're making good decisions.
So far, it's not been a Cloud Fest just yet. Some cloudy things might happen in the top lane though. RDO, would he escape here? Sensor Conqueror, the Stomp catches him. Last moment before the TP connected. Unfortunately though, the vision provided by King RD enables them to get the Stomp, get the kill. Sadly, they have opened up space. They could go for Roche, but there's no DD. And the build for Luna doesn't necessarily allow her to go directly into the Roshan pit right now. So unlikely that we see them go for that kind of play. Instead, they smoke up again. You were mentioning that to keep the pressure up onto the Storm Spirit, and that's exactly what they want to do, Bowie. They've hunted down one, they're gonna find another if they can.
It was warded though. They smoked on top of that ward, so I feel like it's very unlikely no ping will fall for this. Good ward, by the way. You don't expect this ward to be up at 18 minutes. I think it was actually the Kato, right? He probably warded there to not die by rotations like this, but he got baited by the center that came from a super odd angle. But nicely done by RDO. I think that ward like slows down the pace of this game, which is the plan overall for Noping. Now they're gonna try and force Roche. This is very important. If they can get this Roche, that's the first step towards getting the other outer towers. And ideally, Wolf Team wants to win this game with the second Aegis. That's like their ultimate timing to be safe winning this game.
It is a bit unfortunate that all of their objective-taking prowess is somewhat locked behind having access to the Exorcism, but they utilized it very well. They take down this Roshan. Exorcism is still going to be up for a little bit of time, but they're going to smoke up, look for a fight with the Eclipse, the Aegis, and a BKB available on the Luna. Who will find the initiation? King RD will find his smoke getting popped off. Will he be able to get the jump onto Sexy Fat? They go forward with this Tumblr's toy. Duster gets revealed here on the high ground. Will he throw out the chain frost? Yes, he will, but it bounces to the creeps. How unlucky can you get? At least he opens up space, though, for everybody else to escape. So commits his life for the cause. Everybody else, Sexy Fat? Sexy Fat? Sexy Fat? Sexy Fat? Sexy Fat?
Hello?
Sexy Fat? Sexy Fat? Not his best game, let's just put it that way.
I mean, the play's fine, honestly. He just wanted to cut the wave. He understands that it's time for Wolf Team to group up, and I honestly have no idea how HFN knew he was there. I guess maybe they played against each other for a long time. But I think it's more than HFN. Like that's a really good play from HFN more than it's a misplay from the Mars. Maybe the place that he chose was not the greatest. He could have chosen a better tree area. Still really good for Wolf Team. That's their plan, and this could be a tier 2 tower. I don't think Noping is in any condition. Oh, the storm is really low. What happened?
They were killing this young Clockwork, and they managed to bring him down. 40R trying to actually kill the Storm Spirit, but falling very low because reinforcements arrived very quickly from the rest of Noping. Unfortunately for them, though, 40R does recognize the danger that he's in and retreats swiftly. I think for me, the reason why I'm like so perplexed by the play Sexy Fat made is that under normal circumstances, I don't think it's that bad, but with Puck in the game and Clockwork in the game, just every time the trees aren't safe. HY is lying to you. Don't hide in the trees. You're gonna die if you end up there.
Now, oh man, I think I've seen this movie. Okay, HFN is not going high ground because I've seen this movie. They try to end. This is the last time I'm gonna mention that SG series, but the way they lost that game in the game 1 is that they tried to go high ground in the first Aegis, and that is usually like it's very rare that you see a team doing that. You have to be very far ahead. Yeah. So I got a little bit of PTSD from HFN walking high ground there. But not only they took that tier 2 tower, now that they know Metamorphosis on cooldown, I think they can easily take the mid tier 2 because of the fight that was forced there by 4DR. So really good space creation. Sure, you have the Kato, but there's a clock here, so you gotta be really careful on how you position as RDO.
How they mount this push here to the tier 2. Oh. Big hookshot coming in from King RD. Duster yet again going to be a sacrifice here. And Noping finding them. Duster has had like practically zero impact since the laning phase has ended here. The Chain Frost haven't been landing flush. The Frost Shield haven't been super impactful in keeping heroes alive. And he's often just been fodder for the side of Wolf Team to just bring down when they feel like it. On the bright side though, his death delays this push in the mid lane somewhat long enough that they're not actually going to be able to claim the tower. They're still posturing around the area, but Murder is going to be coming back not too long from now. If they don't get it on this push, I think you have to let this tower go.
Yeah, I mean, Mars, he played really well. He saw that they jumped the Lich, so he was fine to go and cut the wave. And I think that's his job until he actually gets BKB. They already have BKB on Storm, but without the Mars being able to jump and actually survive, it would probably be, suicide for Noping. And it's really scary. Like when you're playing against a team that can push, the last thing that you want to do is take a not an advantageous fight close to your buildings. Because if you lose that fight, you just guarantee that you're going to be able to take some real state away from you. Suits also cutting the wave. Yeah, and that's like when this game becomes really hard because they have the tools on the side of Noping to constantly cut the waves. It's not only the Mars, it's not only the TB illusions. You're gonna have this Storm Spirit with the Kato Shard just freaking destroying every single wave with no like actual means of contesting. Yeah. This is so annoying, and King RD is like, come here, Suits. I mean, there's a BKB. There's no way they can kill this guy.
Doesn't even need BKB. He just outplays them heads up, gets himself away. He's home. Had the BKB if necessary, but there's a lot of discipline out of a Storm Spirit not to commit the BKB too soon because he realizes how important every single second of these charges are going to be. So well played onto him. Gets out, wastes a lot of their time. And in the meantime, while this was happening, Bowie, look at what's happening in the top lane. Melancholy's been pushing this wave out. The creep equilibrium was actually pushing in against them, but suddenly it's gone. And now, oh my god, Duster. Okay, I've been talking trash about the Duster Lich, but now here it comes in clutch. Using the Chain Frost to bring down the first life of HFN. They will commit the Ghost from top, where they're desperate to try and claim this tier 3 tower. Not so sure how good of an idea this is. They take the tier 3. Will they stick around for more though? Suits jumps in, has the BKB active. They're going straight onto the Luna. HFN falling low. HFN doesn't have a Satanic. A couple more hits would kill him. Suits finds him, but there's still a BKB on HFN, so they can't kill the Luna just yet. Instead, Suits is the one that ends up dying to Tabo's Exorcism. Melancholy now finding himself without protection. Needs to run away from this fight. Has the Sunder available, but needs to come out of the silence. It takes too long. He ends up dying inside the base. Tabo finding himself a triple kill on the Death Prophet. And in the meantime, HFN comes back, cleans up the range racks. They're forced to buy back on Duster. But there's no Storm, there's no Terrorblade, there's no reason to leave. Wolf Team are actually going to get the lane of racks without even needing it Aegis here, Bowie.
Wow. I mean, that was like on the limit. Okay, there's still a backdoor protection if they can somehow cut this wave. They can't though. Yeah, they're gonna get this melee barracks. This was like pretty much. This is really risky. Like this was obviously Wolf Team reading that there's no BKB on the Terrorblade. Not only he's BKB for the Manta, but he's also going Scotty. So they're like, this Terrorblade can't fight to his highest potential. And they get a lane of barracks. This is really impressive because, the Aegis was so close from expiring, which could allow No Ping to actually kill HFN before taking that first life. I think No Ping jumped the gun a little bit because the barracks were in no danger of dying when they went in. Oh, Suits probably has BKB here.
Nice.
Okay.
He's fine.
Okay. But like that was close. I feel like a lot of teams wouldn't really take the risks that Wolf Team did. And as I said, they already lost games trying to take those risks. So I'm glad that it worked out. And this is a solid foundation. You got this first lane of barracks. Now if they can secure the next Roche and do the same thing, that's when they are like 95% on the clear. I think if they can actually get the next Aegis and secure another lane of barracks, this game is almost won for Wolf Team. Usually, it's kind of risky to play this sort of kind of all-in draft as they did, but I think they really played well. Like, they won their lanes. They barely did any, like, weird plays or wasted time. And this is actually granting them the chance of playing like this. Very impressive. Looks like they're not even going to wait for the Aegis.
Wow. I mean, it's like you mentioned, fam. They see that there's no BKB for Melancholy. He still hasn't even finished the Skadi. So what are you afraid of? You're 6k up in net worth practically on this Luna. And with the Ghost, they've taken the tier 3 tower. Looking for range racks. Those are gone. Once a tier 3 falls with Luna and Death Prophet, there's just no hope for the lane to survive. And that's just it. 2 lanes taken just like that. If they get lucky enough, Roshan might actually come up on the way back. That would be something else. But for now, they just got the 2 lanes pretty much for nothing. And you were talking about how in the past they've made some very risky pushes. I think one of the big issues they've often had is either underestimating the enemy's strength in defense or overestimating their own strength in offense. This time around here though, Bowie, it seems like their calculations are pitch perfect and their movements on the map, they seem to have a way better understanding of when No Ping's timings are going to be hit than No Ping themselves, because they've only found fights that have been favorable for them in the last like 10 minutes or so. But looking so solid. And what do No Ping do? What's the recovery mechanism for them? BKB is not going to be on for a long time for Melancholy. He's rushing for the Skadi first. In the meantime, what can they do on the side of No Ping to try and get themselves back into the game?
Well, okay, I'm actually so happy that RDO did this. I think his career... Wait, did he... No, he actually bought... So, I mentioned the shard on Claudio, right? I really feel like No Ping, they're just way too all in into this late game, and they ended up, forgetting that they're against a push strat. Because if there was the shard on Claudio, I'm pretty sure Suits could have just cut the top wave so much where there was no option for Wolf Team to just group up top with no Aegis the way that they did. So, yeah, I kind of just hope that RDO would buy the shard right now, because he's not going to finish the side of Ice before the the last push from both team comes. I think what he's doing right now is really, really greedy, and everyone is being so greedy that there's no team fight. There's nothing coming from Noping. They're just hoping for a time that might not come.
Yeah, the entire team was busy playing some Dota 1, fam, Greed is good. They were playing some old Warcraft there. They couldn't get the memo. Oh, they tried to make a jump quick onto HFN. He tried a Manta dodge there, but he still got speared to the tree. They actually did a decent amount of damage here. Will be forced to use the Satanic as they claim the tier 2 tower. This should be the signal for Wolf team to back off. But, of course, they didn't waste any big cooldowns. The only cooldown really used there was a Satanic cooldown. It's going to be back up very shortly. And then you can just go again. And with how much stronger this Luna is right now, Terrorblade feeling like he's going to have a very difficult time fighting. And like you mentioned, because they don't have this Aghanim shot either, I think it's not just that they lack the ability or that they are so focused in the late game. Now, you're already talking about how they lack the ability to cut these waves without having the recall available. It also feels like without recall online, nobody can actually leave the base. Suits maybe is the only one that can do it with the Zip TP backplay, but where on earth can Melancholy farm now on the map if he's never allowed to leave? He knows for a fact that the enemy team will have vision everywhere. They'll be covering all the angles. They have insane mobility from 4DR and King RD. Do you just have to wait for your death to come to you here, Bowie, as doesn't seem like they have to wait for long. They're already pushing middle.
Yeah, I mean, oh my lord, Lich.
Oh my god, Lich gets jumped on and eviscerated. In the meantime, though, Tabo getting jumped on by Sexy Fat Suze as well as Melancholy, but unfortunately, Tabo is a little bit too tanky to die right now, still alive. They instead turn around and get the kill onto Melancholy. Duster's gone. Suze, Audio, and Sexy Fat just retreat into the base, and no ping. They realize that their goose is cooked. GG, well played, is called by them as Wolf Team take game number 1 here in a series where they were the certain underdogs. They come out on top, they show their quality, and they show that they can roll with the big boys, and they stop No Ping in 30 minutes here, Bowie.
Yeah, I mean, name a more iconic duo. South America not buying early BKB on Terrorblade. I said No Ping is not gonna make this mistake because they are the 3-0 team. They're the ones with the superior strategy. I got proved wrong. I think No Ping, they're obviously coming from this huge streak, and they're obviously playing well. But they definitely underestimated how much this Wolf Team draft can push, and everyone was just going like, all right, in 50 minutes we're gonna win this, guys. And yeah, like someone needs to play the early game, someone needs to actually create space. And I think Suits did it, but the problem with this game is Sexy Fat had a bad laning stage, but added to that, you have this Kotto hero just draining resources around the map. So the BKB on Mars just came way too late, and it never had a timing where the Mars and the Storm could play together to buy time for Terrorblade. Like, sure, Kotto can farm as a 4, but he doesn't add anything, right? He doesn't add more damage. Illuminate doesn't scale as much. He was just trying to get this side of eyes. Like, I felt like the approach was very greedy from No Ping, and they get punished deservingly. Wolf Team, very good strategy. Kind of risky, but it paid out because I think No Ping, they didn't really took the right approach in this game.
Another thing that I think that No Ping were not able to do successfully is, we already spoke about how Sexy Fat couldn't play the early game with his timings on his items, but I didn't want to call attention to it, but we have to bring up Duster. It really didn't feel like this Lich. What was it supposed to accomplish, Bowie, and what went wrong? Because there were literally legitimately times that I forgot there was Lich in the game, so I'd come back and be like, oh, snap. There's a Lich there, snap. Oh, okay, cool. And then he's dead. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's why I forgot about him.
The Lich was pretty much a discount Treant Protector, right? He was supposed to be this Frost Shield guy that alongside the Kotto makes it really hard for them to push towers. But he was so underfarmed, and I also feel like the Kotto wasn't really in position a lot of the times to slow down things. So if the Lich is by himself, he's definitely going to get jumped because you have enough jump on the clock and the puck. So it's tough. I also don't feel like it's the strongest lane with the Terrorblade. So maybe, if they had a Juggernaut, if they had something else where the Lich could have got more items, where the Lich was enabled by his carry, it could have been a better showing. But as it stands, definitely, I don't think this Lich was in a position where he could do much more, unfortunately. I don't think it's Duster's fault.
Well, not Duster's fault, but it is the success of Wolf Team that allows them to take this game 1 victory. And now they are in a position where they could potentially upset No Ping, deliver No Ping their first loss here in this Division 2 of the South American DPC, and potentially give themselves let's not say guarantee, but keep themselves in the running to promote to Division 1. On the other side, No Ping will certainly want to try and fight back in game number 2 and make this a much more competitive series and show us all why they have, up until this point, remained completely undefeated here in Division 2. We will find out which of these two scenarios will actually take place when we return right after a short break. Game 2 of Wolf Team versus No Ping coming soon with Snare and Bowie. Don't go anywhere because Dota 2 action will be back in a flash. Ladies, gentlemen, and Dota world, welcome back here to the South American DPC. We continue with Division 2 action here in the Spring Tour as we witness Wolf Team taking on the side of NoPing to see which one of these two squads will be able to make inroads towards Division 1, inroads towards Hyper Dota, and potentially inroads towards TI itself. We are here for Game 2. It's myself, Snare. I'm joined by Bowie. Good sir, that game didn't go exactly how we thought it would when we initially saw the draft. Before we see anything, before any heroes come out, right? What's the hope of us getting a Game 3 here based on what you saw in Game 1?
I think high. I was reading chat. I always read chat, and a lot of people are like, you cannot underestimate the cockiness of the team that is doing well. And that guy was onto something, because I do feel like NoPing, not taking anything away from both team, I think they did really play well. I feel like NoPing, they just went way greedier than they usually play. I guess their draft also kind of pushed them towards that direction, so maybe that was also a draft issue. But I do feel like NoPing is, regardless of who wins this series, I think NoPing will win at least one game. And this is really hype because it means we might have 3 games, and they're going to get a lot of entertaining matches to come.
Yep, this has certainly been the premier matchup that we've all been looking forward to here in Division 2. Would be disappointing if we only had 2 games, but unfortunately, it is up to NoPing to make sure that we get to that 3rd game, and they need to pick the heroes necessary to make it happen. So let's see what they've got for us here, Bowie, as we have a draft on our hands for Game 2. The interesting thing about the draft, this is something I've seen every other region except South America. Every game, well, maybe North America as well, but every game involves IO. This is one of the first IOs I've seen here. And I'm terrified, if I'm honest. IO Mars, I don't want to play against IO Mars if I'm NoPing right now. I'm already like, oh god, this looks very scary.
I mean, it does, but I also, this is a very different play style, and that's like what scares me, right? I talked about my feeling with Wolf Team is they actually play their lanes really well, much better than a Division 2 team would play. But their problem is macro-wise and just like being patient with the way that they high ground and stuff like that. When you play a pushing draft, that is like the best way for a team like Wolf Team to do well, in my opinion. You just get a good early advantage. You don't bullshit. You don't farm too much. You just go. With IO, there's way more nuance. There's way more room for outplay, but also to kind of not play well. So I understand and I agree that IO is a really good hero, but I'm not sure it fits Wolf Team really well. We'll see if they disprove me, because they already did it once. So I have a tendency of looking like a fool when I harp too much on one issue.
But actually, that is a very good point, though, that there are certain heroes in the game that sort of necessitate a different playstyle. And IO, certainly one of those. It's not just one player has to play well with the IO. The entire team has to play well around the IO. We'll see what they're able to do with this one. On the other side for NoPing, now, IO requires you to play this very cerebral game, but understand the map. You need good vision. Pango doesn't need any of that shit, man. Much easier, much more straightforward style here. And of course, for Sexy Fat, it also means that even if he doesn't have the best start to the game, doesn't get a super early blink, for example, like he failed to do in the last game, he can still participate in these fights just by using the ultimate any given time that he sees the relocate come in.
It could also be a suits hero, Pango. Definitely one of the best heroes right now because it's so flexible. And one big victory that we can already see from Wolf Team here is that they didn't ban the Kato. And doesn't feel like NoPing is in any rush to pick it as well, because they're like, yeah, you're a Kato. We were not impressed by it. You guys didn't really play that well. And that's a big victory, because it means that they can ban other stuff like this Lina. That is definitely a staple for a duo. I think he looked really well playing the Lina. And also here that Suits could play as well.
Yeah. Suits can definitely make a huge impact here if he does decide to play this hero into the mid lane. Haven't seen that hero be crazy versatile. Very excited to see what direction they go with in this draft. We see bans here on the Faceless Void as well as the Puck. So NoPing certainly looking at this as well. If you're playing against a team that will initiate globally across the map, let's remove big spells that allow you to just keep us in place for a way too long. I'm still not exactly clear where their draft is going fully. That's the one thing that does kind of suck though, right, Bowie, about picking the IO early. It does make it a bit apparent about what the overall strategy is going to be. It just depends on what heroes you're actually going to go into it. But
No ping, a bit more versatility. Speaking of versatility, I've been seeing more and more Shadow Demon being played in the 4 position. Does Audio play 4 position Shadow Demon?
Yeah, I would suppose so, but I feel like Duster is the one that's gonna play it. And you talked about heroes, you know, the fact that Io is a little bit predictable. I find it very odd that No Ping didn't ban that Luna, because we know it's a staple of HFN.
Yeah.
It is a really good hero with Io. Nothing really stops them from picking it right now. They don't. But instead they get this Ogre, probably going to be a 5 Ogre. Whoever HFN's playing, it's going to feel really good, right? You have this Bloodlust and the Feather with the extra attack speed.
It actually feels like it's screaming Luna, honestly, like with the way the draft is stacking up right now. So it's very weird that No Ping haven't addressed that just yet. Might be the case that they have some ideas with these upcoming picks. We'll see what they decide to do to try and help themselves out in the laning phase. The one thing about having heroes like Io and the Ogre Magi is, sure, the laning prowess is there, the protection is there, but you don't always get the maximum aggression out of these heroes. Sure, Io will be great with the Mars, but now I think it makes it a lot easier to justify putting this Pango off lane. Ember Spirit will emerge now for Sooth's mid. They banned it out last time around. He decides to go for it now. I mean, of course, I can understand why you do this, right? The root versus Io, way too good to ignore in a game like this.
Yep, it's definitely good. Could also... you know, there are a lot of SA teams playing Ember 4, and Ember carry is now kind of common, so I'm not 100% sure it's going to be Suit's hero, but regardless, I think Ember is definitely like one of the best heroes right now. I'm happy that No Ping goes for it. One thing that we have to be careful about is that No Ping, they don't have last pick this time, so there's a decent chance, especially considering they already went for Io Ogre, that they want to give HFN the win condition, which was definitely not the case last game where he was playing Luna versus TB. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Wolf Team just getting the 4DR hero next. But yeah, I guess they get Bane now, so probably going to be a Shadow Demon for RDO and Ember being played as a mid. So no flexes here, very straightforward, very predictable draft coming from No Ping.
Yep, very straightforward. Some decent team fight, BKB piercing disable. Some decent damage in the magic department, just lacking in the physical damage output, but they'll certainly try to address that in the last pick here for Melancholy down the line. For Wolf Team, what is the option? I think right now you're definitely right that since they have last pick, it's probably better to reserve that for HFN. There's a bit of worry about the fact that since it's only carry picks for at the very end, there's going to be a suite of bans making it difficult to pick exactly what you want. So that's probably the conversation they're having right now. How risky is it to wait for the last pick and induce a sort of banning frenzy, or do we let Tavo be the one to take the last pick? Tavo, I mean, this could be, is this Tavo going to be playing off lane on a different hero, or is this off lane Mars? For some reason, the last few times I've seen this Mars, I've always seen him mid, but I just realized that that's probably not going to be the case here, and they'll need a different hero for 40R as they pick up now the Medusa. This hero has, honestly, I don't understand how it's not banned more often. This hero's looked so good in the games I've been seeing it lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really strong hero overall. Like, he does well in lane. It has really good matchups. It has good timings. Like, it's one of the few heroes where you have like a good early spike, power spike in the early game, in the mid game, in the late game. It's an odd hero, and it works really well in these competitive matches. And the Mars, actually, I think I said something really stupid. There's not a lot of incentive for them to pick the 40R hero 4th pick here because they would lose the flex of this Mars pick. Your question on whether it's going to be offlane or mid is also in No Ping's mind, and they actually benefit from last picking because they have overall last pick, and it allows them to decide later whether they want to play offlane or mid because 4DR definitely plays mid Mars. He loves that hero.
We see No Ping deciding now to ban out the Queen of Pain as Wolf Team. All they have to do is protect this Medusa. PL going to be the first one taken out in that banning route. For No Ping, what do they need to solve here? They need some physical damage output. They need a hero that can scale. They need a hero that's also capable of fighting at a decent timing. We do not want to see just a massive farm fest from Melancholy again. And we absolutely, you do not want to play into Mars, Ogre, these sorts of heroes and not buy a BKB. So we need someone who can carry this sort of item. What's left in the pool here that feels nice for them to put into the safe lane for Melancholy? I guess they can still play TB again if they want to. Luna's still here. Razor is a carry that we've seen often being picked up into the Medusa. I'm not sure if he plays these more anti-carries though for Melancholy.
Yeah. I like TB is fine. It's definitely not as good as it is against Luna, but I think this time Noping, like all of their heroes are way less greedy than they were in game 1. So I think they can go full greed on Noping, especially because they already know the carry matchup. What you have to be careful about is not end up in a bad laning stage where like you go something like Ursa on Noping, that is actually a really good matchup for Dusa, and you end up against a Venomancer, because they do have that flex in the off lane, and there's definitely a couple of heroes that can just crush Ursa or these timing specific heroes in the safe lane. So that's really the struggle. I think there is a decent amount of peaks Noping can go, but you have to be very careful about whatever it is that Wolf Team will last pick.
Options are abounding. They banned the Monkey King. What's left here? Anti-Mage is still in the game. I've seen some very poor players, and by poor I mean they always lose when they do it, pick up the Bloodseeker to try and accelerate timings. Not really a fan, of course. Not a lot of time remaining here for the side of Noping, but like you said, they certainly can decide to sort of greed this one out, having a lot of fighting prowess with the other 4, being capable of moving quite quickly across the map, especially considering the fact that Wolf Team right now only have a solitary BKB buyer in the Mars. We do not know what's going to be the 40R hero just yet, but it does mean that Noping will be certain that throughout the mid game they can actually kill some of these heroes. What's going to be the option here? Melancholy plays the Drow Ranger here. Okay. Alright. What do you make of this, Bowie? Drow. I haven't actually seen Drow at all in the DPC this particular patch. So I don't know how I feel about the Drow, especially since now we see a Storm Spirit emerging for 40R.
It is a good match for Dusa. It lanes well versus Mars, but once Storm has enough items, and also when Tavo gets Blink, but also when Io has Relocate, you fear so much for your life as Drow. They have a lot of gap close. So if Wolf Team plays properly, if they actually just try to make Melancholy's life hell, this game could be really hard because they have no saves. I mean, sure, you have Nightmare, which is kind of like a fourth of a save. You have Disruption, that is like half a save. So maybe together, that's 3/4 of a save. Still not good enough, I think, considering how much gap close they have on Wolf Team. So it's really going to be about... this is a total different game, I think. Wolf Team, their timing is much later on. I don't think this is going to be a game that ends in 30 seconds on both sides. Maybe if Noping actually stomps the lanes. But if Wolf Team wins this game convincingly, this is a huge sign, a huge positive sign for Wolf Team fans, because it means that they're not a one-trick pony. Because it felt like that in game 1, where you just go, you don't even wait for second ages to get the first lane of barracks. If they win right now, I'm going to be convinced that there's still a chance for Wolf Team to go to Division 1. Because that is totally different. This Deuce is going to farm for a little bit more. You're going to see 4DR like ganking with this Ogre and the Mars. We'll see what happens. But Noping's draft, I think it's fine. The Drow Ranger still a win condition on the Dusa. But yeah, she can... This could be one of those games where the Drow is 1-5 and just crying in the corner.
I find it quite intriguing that Wolf Team have gone in for this kind of draft here. And one thing I like about it is, like you mentioned, they excel putting the timing a little bit later into the game. I was just taking a quick look at how long their previous games have been, and they generally the faster the game, it seems they tend to lose. So Wolf Team have sort of made sure that they're covering themselves in that regard as well. I'm very excited to see how this is going to pan out. But for Noping, I need y'all to perform, because as much as I like what I'm seeing from Wolf Team, I want to see game 3. So Noping, Sexy Fed, come on fam, pull out some massive Pango plays. In China, we consider this hero to be kind of broken, so please do the right thing, win the game for us, take us to a game 3. But if that doesn't happen, you were saying it right now, Bowie, not only is Wolf Team feeling confident about their prospects going forward, not only would they feel great about their points, but if you can beat Noping, honestly, I feel like that's it, right? It's going to be Noping, Wolf Team probably getting promoted. If not, things get more interesting, but I hope it's the case. Something else that's quite interesting, as we have a pause at the beginning of the game here. Would you believe me if I told you that right now, at this exact moment in time, there are 5 teams all tied at 4th place in the bracket, and this game actually is what's going to break that deadlock, dude.
Yeah, I did see that. It's crazy. Division 2 SA is always like that. Like, you rarely... Sometimes you have a clear winner, but still, like, that second place fight becomes a huge mess, because everyone, is trying their hardest. They definitely want to get promoted. So this is super hype. Probably, I mean, as I said, I am biased because I'm Brazilian, but one of the hypest matches of this entire season, especially because, as you pointed out as well, if both team loses this series, it gets almost impossible for them to qualify to Division 1. I don't want to say impossible, but it's, you know, in the 0.1% realm for sure.
They will be the first team to have ever lost more than twice if they get promoted to Division 1. So, I mean, stranger things have happened in Dota 2, but history is often a good indicator of the future for a reason. So we'll see how this one pans out. A little bit more stress onto Noping, of course, because they do not want to go down 2-0. I mean, we've been talking about what this could mean for Noping's, or for Wolf Team's confidence. What would it mean for Noping if they have come so far, you know, 3 clean games, 2-0ing everybody, but then they suddenly fall down 2-0 themselves against an inconsistent team? Will that knock them back a little bit on the side of Noping in terms of their own mentality?
It's possible, dude. It's really possible. I think more than any region, South America is definitely a region that thrives on, you know, past performance, on this like hype, momentum, as people like to say. So it is definitely possible, and it will be a test for them, right? Because if they can actually bounce back, even if they do lose, I'm not saying it's going to happen. If you do bounce back, it's a good sign for the team, because it means that you can actually learn from your losses instead of take them as a ego hit or something like that. You know, don't find who to blame, but yourself, and always strive to be better next game. That's how champions are born.
What? No, my friend. Blame the guy next to me. That's who I'm blaming, you know? I'm not taking the blame alone. Blame everybody else. Bottom lane. Something that is going to be nice in this game for Noping. You have RDO with this disruption. Even if it's not going to be a save mechanism, at the very least, it gives you a free Medusa throughout the game when she starts to get stronger and stronger. Although, she's kind of weak right now, so it doesn't really do anything for you at this point in time.
Another lane that, you know, we already see Sexy Fat just taking a beating in. And they actually, one thing we didn't mention, Ogre is bottom. So even though this is a 4 Ogre, they decide on this guy. And this is a really good lane. I think it's, you know, usually as a range core, you want that beefy wall to allow you to actually hit and allow you to be safe.
Yeah.
And that's a good choice. I think the Iodusa wouldn't be strong at all.
Yep, instead they're going to give it a much stronger lane with the Io Mars coming out into the top lane. We've seen this lane exert quite a bit of dominance in the past. You know, generally speaking, Mars, the only drawback of this hero in the laning phase is the sustain. That's not going to be a problem for him here. Misses on the God's Rebuke though, so they don't get the full slow out onto Duster. But who really cares? Just want to make sure that they can maintain presence in the lane, and that's certainly going to be something they can do. And it kind of sucks, right, that Noping have a literally no kill threat up in this top lane. Like, how do you even get anything going here as a Bane Drow Ranger? All you can just do is get your farm for Melancholy.
Yeah, you can definitely peel a lot, right? You have this Duster Bane taking a lot of damage and healing back up from the Brain Sap. But unlikely that we'll see a kill here. I think AJ would have to probably misplay. On the bottom side though, there's definitely a lot of room for kills. If King RD goes for pull, if HFN is isolated, there's a lot of gap close and a lot of burst damage coming from the Shadow Poison with the Disruption lockdown.
Yeah, can certainly make things happen in this bottom lane. Sexy Fat already having a much better start than he did last time around though. Things looking quite decent. Mid lane though, the one lane we haven't looked at just yet. The brothers playing up against each other, Ember versus Storm Spirit. There was a point in time where Storm was the little brother in this matchup, but as time has gone on, it feels like Storm Spirit just been slowly but surely becoming the real big boss of all the Spirit heroes, maybe with the sole exception of Earth Spirit, but you know, they don't really occupy the same role in the game. This lane right now looking very, very good for 40R. Is it a similar thing, what we saw last game, where he probably just got some very good pulls off, or is Storm Spirit really that much further ahead than Ember in this matchup? I mean, they even had to change the Flame God timing just to make this matchup possible for Ember to play.
Yeah, I mean, Storm's just kinda broken, you know? The hero is super good in lane, just does everything, doesn't need to go for greedy items anymore because of the no talisman changes. But yeah, he might have farmed like one camp spot, and Ember, obviously, because he needs to use Flame Guard in the lane, can't really farm the small camp as fast as the Storm can.
Yeah. It's a bit annoying to have to play it in that way, but it is what it is. The nature of Dota 2. Going for that early Orbo Corrosion suits is. This game, I would definitely like to see him also playing very quickly with his team, but they have the capability to do so quite well. Bottom lane, Sexy Fat almost died They end up being able to save him though. The help from Audio comes in with the disruption. HFN even tips him. Says, shout out fam. You made sure Sexy Fat's actually going to have a game of Dota 2 this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really good. All of the lanes with DCS advantage for Wolf Team. Sexy Fat definitely behind the Mars. He's like the lowest net CS in comparison to that Mars that is occupying the first position. So really good lanes from Wolf Team. Oh! I jinxed it. There you go. That's how you do it.
Say cheese for the camera, says Sexy Fat. Pulls up, gets a quick kill out onto both the Medusa and the Ogre Magi there. Nicely done. That was all down to Audio. Audio, please, somebody tip him again. I mean, I feel like I would tip them back. It's like, oh, y'all thought you tipped me then? No, trust me. The big play is coming right now. Gets off a massive amount of damage with the Shadow Poison. Cleaned up by Sexy Fat. And just a second ago, he wasn't looking that great in net worth. You know, his CS wasn't that hot. And his CS still isn't that hot. But being able to participate in 2 kills and getting the first blood, it's fine. I'll take a poor lady in exchange for that any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely revives his laning stage. He's pretty much tied up in net worth with the Dusa right now, and it's all about the experience as well. There's going to be a lot of momentum. He was able to deny an entire wave because as he got that double kill, he was pulling the wave on that large camp as well, so HFN even lost a little bit of the possible farm he could get. Just really great. Also an overextension from HFN. He even said sorry as he died there with the chat wheel.
You know, I always talk about how Dota 2 is a game of margins, and that's one of these situations, right, where had that not happened, it's looking like one of these games where Sexy Fat's gonna struggle a little bit at the beginning once more. But because of it happened, suddenly the entire laning phase is different. Potentially the first few rotations are quite different as well. Sexy Fat gets himself close to level 5 now, and this entire game might be switched on its head by just one passage of play. Also slows down HFN quite a lot, like you mentioned, not just in the lane, but with those additional pulls. I mean, to be fair, this is Medusa, so won't really expecting her to be out to the races anyway all that much, so it's fine, whatever. She'll be fine. Sexy Fat, though, is the one that's very happy about this. Now with the Ring of Health, you can probably start sending away Audio on a bit more adventures and say, mate, I'll be okay if I have Swashbuckle. And indeed, we already see this being the case. He's laying out some vision in the Radiant jungle. They know that at some point Medusa's going to head into that jungle, and they have the kind of heroes, Bowie, that they can jump in and catch her while she's trying to farm that area.
That's really the scary part. He is doing, you know, he's the most farm carry on the side of no ping right now, so maybe the least likely to get killed in terms of having items and levels. But yeah, as this game progresses and we see that Io getting more experience, and he's doing really well, level 4.5 on KJ, just contesting pulls from Duster left and right. That's where things start to get really scary. The Storm Spirit being able to rotate and just force fights, and you know, there's not that much of a response. The Nightmare doesn't buy enough time, unfortunately.
Yep. I am very much looking forward to seeing where they go on the first rotation on the side of Wolf Team. But speaking of rotations, one is coming in from 40R. The Storm Spirit has cracked level 7. The usual timing for a Spirit of his ilk to rotate. And we'll see what they're able to find here. Suits, though, in the meantime, finds an Invis Rune, bottles it up. Not going to try and make use of it just yet. Okay, 40-odd. They see that the movement on this Bane Elemental is not really conducive to a gank, so he'll just claim the Bounty Rune, back off, go back to farming. I mean, no reason not to do this, right? You already know you're having a decent time against this Ember Spirit. You're going to be out farming him anyway, so you don't need to force the envelope, especially like you mentioned in the earlier portion of the panel where they have a much later timing. They don't have to rush the game, so no need to take these big risks.
Yeah. Also, just because he left Vision, you know, he was farming that camp. He got a bounty. The Drow had to walk from tier 1 to all the way to tier 2 and then farm that camp. So Melancholy lost a lot of farm, lost a lot of, you know, creep wave and experience while he was farming. So just really good in Duster. He might just die.
Well, sometimes here, Bowie, you don't go to the kill comes to you. And 40R will be very happy about this. Getting some bonus gold in the back pocket. This should start the build up into BKB. He's gonna go Orchid. Wow! This is a blast from the past. Orchid Rush Storm Spirit, man. First and foremost. I mean, normally there's a good reason why this has fallen out of favor, but this looks like one of those incredible games where if you get an early Orchid, they're kind of screwed on the side of no ping.
Yeah, I think he just rushed BKB that game because they were under a lot of pressure, and there was also the Kotl to help with the mana. In this case, he would feel you don't want to rush BKB. It's really something that you do out of necessity. And this time, you get those triple no talismans. That's going to be a really good help in terms of mana, and getting the Orchid to kill to make sure there's not going to be a save, there's not going to be a Fiend's Grip. It's a good item if you can farm it, and they do have that gold advantage. We see the tower top falling once again. This is not even like a pushing strat from Both team, but they win the lanes just a little bit harder, they move just a little bit quicker, and it might buy time for them to defend this bottom tower. Like, they do have the mobile heroes to do so in case they want to.
Like you mentioned, they won the lane, and that movement that came in from the Storm Spirit that forced Drow away from the lane makes it a lot easier for the push. But speaking of the Drow, she's getting jumped on right now by 40R. She will survive by being able to TP to safety. However, that does require her to flee here. Audio and Duster in the vicinity, but the cores are down bottom, trying to push the tier 1, so there's no possibility of getting that Storm Spirit kill. Takes them quite a while, not the easiest push. Unfortunately for No Ping, only really this Drow hits buildings, so without her, very slow push, but they get it eventually. Also, what was happening is that HFN left. He's already chilling in the triangle now. This is where it starts to get scary. In the next like 5-10 minutes, I would love to see No Ping try to present some kind of jump. Not necessarily onto the Medusa, but understanding that the Medusa will be in this farm route, trying to force fights elsewhere on the map and utilize the numbers advantage. But it's a bit rough when you don't necessarily feel like this Drow Ranger can actually show up anywhere right now.
Yeah. It's rough. I think they definitely need to start making moves. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have Ember level 6. But, that is one of the problems of Ember. Unlike Storm, where you can just rotate freely, you do want to get that Maelstrom. Sure, you don't have to, but it's not like they have that much damage. Again, you have two supports that have some sort of control, but they don't have that much damage. Shadow Demon before level 6 actually lacks a lot in damage. The reach on Disruption isn't that big. So you're in this position where you have, theoretically, the heroes to rotate, but until you have 6 on RDO, it's not gonna work. So I think he might get it out of this tax that he did to Melancholy. But, I think they have everything they need again on Wolf Team. Very impressive.
Wolf Team top lane seats. Does he have a Remnant down? He has one expiring, though. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Okay, should be fine. Zips away. Goes back into a safe spot to keep farming up for this Maelstrom, but like you mentioned, they have everything they need. And once again, though, I'm a bit perplexed by the support on the side of No Ping, because they sort of occupy the same role here, Bowie, between the Duster, Bane Elemental, and the Audio Shadow Demon. They don't have the same dynamism as, say, this Io can provide to the side of Wolf Team, and he's going to relocate, bring 40R home to just top him up. I mean, okay, not sure that was necessary, but cool. Why not take the Uber? Why walk when you can just get an express ride to and fro the lanes?
It's just the VIP treatment 40R deserves. He's like, man, you played so well last game. I'll just give you a treat, It's not like they're in a rush. We talked about the fact that as long as HFN is farming, like, Droughter has definitely a timing on Dusa, but it's not a super late game one, in my opinion. So, the Wolf Team is fine, just chilling the way they are. Suits?
Fight is not a good one. Suits falling very, very low. 40R scouts him, might jump, but Duster creating the space with this Nightmare. But unfortunately, Tabo jumps in to reveal the Blink Dagger. God Rebuke gets the kill, trying to run down for Audio. In the meantime, Sexy Fat almost killed 40R, but instead 40R jumps onto Duster to bring him down. They allow this Shadow Demon to die on the far eastern part of the fight so they can turn their attention back towards the Pango. Fourth hero about to fall. The Spear of Moth pushes him back. HFN right-clicks him down. That's 4 heroes that died. All of this was a conflict over a rune that No Ping will deeply regret going for. Sure, the Drow Ranger survives, but everybody from Wolf Team involved. And they managed to take the fight and the tier 1 here, Bowie. This is going from bad to worse in a hurry. It's a 5k gold lead for the Wolf Team in the first 13 minutes of this game.
That's such a weird... Like, I was like... Okay, this Bane is using Fiend's Grip against a Dusa that has ult. Then I clicked on HFN and he has no ult at level 11. And he gets a full duration Fiend's Grip and they get no kills. There was no relocate because we talked about the fact that they use relocate top. And still Wolf Team wins the fight just because Drow is afraid to join fights. She's not super strong. And there's 2 supports on No Ping. Once again, 2 ranged supports that just don't work that well together. They have this lack of damage and lack of control at the same time, right? Like the control that Shadow Demon offers with the disruption doesn't allow you to really do that much damage, and the Ember control, like this is only level 2 Searing Chains. He's farming this Maelstrom. It feels like all of their timings don't align in a meaningful way, and Wolf Team is just getting away with murder because they won the lanes a little bit harder.
Yep. Murder indeed is what we saw happening there, and this is really bad for Suits as well, because not only was that a death, I believe at the time that he died, he was at like 13 or 1400 gold, so not that far away from getting the full Maelstrom. Now he's been set back quite a bit, and this is one of these heroes where when you start getting set back, it's not as bad as the Void Spirit when you start falling behind on items, but my god, you do not feel good about your prospects. You need so many items now to try and recover the game. This BKB needs to come as soon as possible, especially because Storm Spirit about to finish the full Orchid here. Oh wait, did he change his mind from Orchid? No, he still has the...
Yeah.
He looks like he
No,
changed his mind.
I think he's going for... Where's his career? God damn.
That's what I'm actually
Wait,
looking
did
for
he
as
lose his
well.
career? Is his career dead?
What is his career? Alright. We need to hunt this bad boy down. Alright, I see Medusa's career, Ogre's career.
No, it's dead, I think.
Is under attack.
But it doesn't show it being
Oh, no,
released,
no.
but we'll talk about it in a second. As they have a relocate going down bottom. Tavo initiated already with the huge arena. They only bring down Duster. Sexy Fat fortunately has access to a Rolling Thunder to get himself out of here. But this is not a great look when the Rolling Thunders are being used almost exclusively in defensive fashion like that. Haven't necessarily seen them be able to engage that spell offensively. Hell, even this usage here that we saw near the tier 1, he was trying to run away. This, not good. Without Rolling Thunder, I mean, it's not the longest cooldown in the world, but they certainly cannot play aggressively without it whatsoever. So you're just back to farming, I guess. And Bowie, is there ever a universe where if you're playing a farm game... Hey, there it is. Okay, also back to you. I didn't see it. Is there ever a universe where if you play the farm game, Drow versus Medusa, that Drow ever wins?
I mean, sure. This far behind the 14 minutes, definitely harder. I think that, you know, Drow, especially in a game like this, it's not only like about like the Dusa Drow match, sure is favorable for the Drow, but then you have Iomar Storm just hunting you. You have no real saves and no other hero that's like creating space for the Drow. Like you have this Ember with Maelstrom that also farms. It feels like very similar. Okay, top lane. That's a dead RDO.
Bye. 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 Sorry to be you, fam. At the very least, they do kill KJ, but who cares? 40R just cares about being able to involve in another kill. Bringing down the IO doesn't really change all that much for no ping. They can't do anything on the map off the back of this kill. Erstwhile 40R still forcing out and shoving in this lane. It'll get close enough to the tier 2 tower that the Siege Dragon will indeed be able to dish out damage, while the rest of the team is sort of in the vicinity down bottom, so Melancholy can't really put the pressure in the opposite direction. They in fact see him, they see him going forward. 40R's coming in, they want to try and find this fight. Long range zip, baby. 40R used all of his mana to get here. Can't get any closer. Oh, nice usage of the gust, but the arena. Oh no, the time it takes him to get off the gust opens up space for Tavo to find the arena. They get the catch. HFN was hoping to run him down with the Stone Gaze, but now he's like, hey, thanks for saving me the cooldown, fam. We got the kill anyway.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, Storm can completely miss his zip, and you still have, like, an Io relocating to give him mana. You have Tavo jumping from the other side of the map. It's such a hard Drow game, regardless of the matchup against the carry. It's one of those, like, you know, the carry-to-carry matchup is important, but Dota is so much more complicated than that, and you can see it clearly here. This is rough, man. Now they have to farm these BKBs on the Ember. There's like no initiation item on the Pangolier. He has a is it a blink dagger flying to him?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, he has a blink. Where's the damage though? They don't have damage. It's really hard for them to take any fights, to choose where they want to fight.
Dude, I want to make it even worse for you right now. Check this out. Right after the Blink Dagger just got picked up by Sexy Fat, right? You know what's the worst thing that could possibly happen to an offlaner who just bought Blink? To literally walk right underneath a ward as you got the item. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. We understand. Oh, and look, Duster just went into Vision and he soaked under Vision. It only gets worse and worse from here. Wolf team are like, you should probably just walk back.
God, it's painful, man.
I've all been there, boys. We've all been there, no pain. Well, I hope they've got
And I
some
mean, look at
wards.
RDO, dude. The carry habits are coming back. He's hiding in the trees with a Clelin Blade. He's like, okay, guys, I'm gonna farm some really good items here. I'm gonna show you guys how to carry a game. I'm joking, obviously. Like, he... Okay, they actually kill Ember, huh?
Suits? I actually don't know what happened there, but they managed to catch him and bring him down. Sexy Fat looks like he was trying to create space. Can't make it happen. That feels like... This is what's so frustrating. I think like Audio definitely wants to be able to get to the Aether Lens Blink Dagger. If he gets to those two items, at the very least he can buy like a second of time if he can blink in the range, but that also requires you playing with the team. And unfortunately, it feels like in game 2 here, Bowie, Noping actually hasn't been playing together on the map at all. Everybody, there's been like sort of squads, 2-3 heroes playing together once in a while, but the team cohesion, I'm just not feeling it whatsoever from them.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is
I don't know. In game 1, I really felt like Noping, they lost because they didn't play well. In this game, I feel like, because like, I felt like their draft was much better than what Wolf Team had. In this game, I think it's much more even, and you can see how they're snowballing much faster. So on both games, okay, Storm gets silenced.
Gets silenced, but he's got reinforcements coming in. There's going to be the huge reload. That's one death on the Draw Ranger. Will they be able to get more? At the very least, Suits will burst down both of the Stone Spirit as well as the IO. HFN having already committed Stone Gaze won't have it available. Despite this, probably not a fight they want to keep taking on the side of Noping. They go back onto Soothe though, Sexy Fat with the damage and the flame from Soothe. They're able to bring down the King RD Ogre. At the same time though, the right click damage from HFN takes out Audio. Ends up being a 3-for-3 engagement here. For Noping, you know, I want to say, my heart wants to tell me that this fight actually seems okay for them. They've got some pretty decent kills. They find more gold for Suits as well as for Sexy Fat. But I just can't in good conscience say that a fight where you lose Drow is a successful fight in a game where she is your win condition here.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but you would much rather have the Drow survive for sure. And look at the RNG right there. They get a Groove Ball, right? That's for the Drow. So that's, you know, another semblance of hope for Noping. But they have to keep taking good fights, and you know the only reason that fight was weird is that 4DR went way too ham. He had no BKB, get silenced and killed before the IO. I guess IO was standing on the Dusa to relocate her to the fight, so there was no save. Not a mistake we're gonna see 4DR doing again, I think, especially with the way Wolf Team is playing the entire series.
Yeah, it's going straight in for the BKB right now. The next time that jump ends up happening, it will be successful. After this, I imagine it goes in for Shivas in this game. That seems to be the most sensible thing to me. Bottom lane though, fight might break here. And Sexy Fat and Duster, they smoked up. They come across 4DR. There's gonna be a silence onto Sexy Fat. He gets himself gripped, but it doesn't matter because there's no follow-up damage from Sexy Fat. This Pango trying to get himself away. Duster saved himself for now, using some very nice nightmares actually. Unfortunately though, 4DR will ensure that that's going to be a death back onto him. Great reaction time from the Storm Spirit. Otherwise, he might have been in a very prickly situation. But that silence onto Sexy Fat prevents him from dying and picks up a Bane instead.
And yeah, I mean, sure, Sexy Fat survives, but you use Grip and you use Rolling Thunder. Your tier 2 towers fall in. This time, Noping has way less means of clearing the wave. All of their heroes are worse. You had, you know, Kato with Storm and Terrorblade. It's just not good enough this time. And the Wolf Team, they're not even forced to push. This could be how they lose though, because they are known for going a little bit too greedy, going a little bit too fast. Okay, RDO.
What audio, man? You said audio. There's no audio here. He's dead and gone.
Yeah.
Immediately afterwards, Duster will join him in the grave. Both of them will buy back to come back into the game. Suze jumping forward. Huge multi-shot from the Draw Ranger. And jump in from Suze enables him to kill the Stone Spirit as well as the Ogre. Stone Gaze from the HFN Medusa buying space and time as Tavo looking for the blink play away. Will not be able to find it, but he turns instead. BKB active. God's Rebuke enables them to kill the Pangolier. And now, although they got off this huge multi-shot once more from Melancholy, HFN is now the big, bad damage monster sitting on the high ground, right-clicking through. Does cost them the life of Tavo, however. So Noping. Ultimately, it is a 4-for-3 here. They did have to buy back on 2 heroes and die back on 1. But they dissuade Wolf Team from going into the base. You were saying it yourself. Wolf Team known for going into pushes half-cocked. Not only was that a half-cocked push, they went to the tier 4s to force a fight on that one. A bit too soon, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only problem is that 4DR died twice already with the way that he's jumping. He doesn't have his BKB, right? So jumping that way, definitely over eager on his side. Besides that, you know, Dusa survives throughout the whole thing. They force some buybacks. It's still like amazing for Wolf Team. I would just have liked 4DR to play a little bit more cautious, because that's how they could come back into this game, just feeding off of that Storm that is super farmed. I guess not anymore, because he is now behind Suits, but overall still looking really good.
It's kind of weird to me that they try to force that push. He was so close to getting BKB. Just like, I mean, they still have this Aegis for another minute at this point. I'm sure they could have maybe waited a minute before that push, but c'est la vie.
I mean, just take tier 2s, right? Like, first Aegis, that's their use. You get tier 2s, you control the map, you choke the enemy team so that when you get the second one, you're pushing with a 15k gold advantage. This time, it was a 9k gold one, substantial, but that shard from Drow, you can already see, you know, how strong it is. The Drow also going for the right items this time, you know, no Dragonlance Yasha Scotty. He goes straight up BKB into disassemble Dragonlance with the shard. So much better item choices for Melancholy, which allowed them to take a good fight.
Yeah, this BKB is very, very useful. Didn't even need to use it in that fight, but better to have it than not need it. And then need it and not have it. Did a ton of damage. We are starting to finally see the potential of what this Droth can pull off. Like, if it is a bit, you know, helpful that this fight is all happening on their own high ground, with Pango roll through, Suits going in, the Drow Ranger damage, but Melancholy showing in that fight why they picked this hero and the potential of being able to move forward with this Drow. Still quite a long way to go. HFN certainly the net worth leader on the map by quite some margin, 6k up on everybody chasing. Surprisingly enough, the hero that is bringing up the second position is still the Tabo Mars. His early start that he had when he was dominating doesn't seem like that's changed at all. And not just in this game here, Bowie. Across both games, he's looked really, really solid here from the offlane Tabo has.
Yeah, I would agree. I think he's looking really crisp. All of the laning stages, you know, they were getting kills. They were playing their lanes pretty well. Good rotations overall into the mid lane. He was looking really solid. And, you know, I like this much more from Tavo, playing the bulky boys. You know, I guess, you know, the DP is included in the bulky boy category here. Because sometimes I would see him play stuff like Necro, and I think it's a much harder hero to make it work, you know, in the competitive scene. I think it's a little bit cheesy in some ways as well. Just having this guy that either controls or pushes really, really hard allows HFN to, you know, farm when he wants to and team fight really well when they are ready to go.
Team fighting is going to have to be on the calendar here for No Ping. They know that there's no more Aegis available. They also see that this push is mounting from the Wolf team lineup. HFN will be able to rise this one down very, very quickly. And unfortunately, they don't have Drow Ranger set up down bottom to do the same. But they've also, here, Bowie, gotten the scan clean onto her. They smoke up immediately after taking the tower. Melancholy, if you don't BKB TP out right now, you're actually going to die. Yeah. Oh, wait. Is there a chance? There's hope that they don't die, because Suits might be able to break the smoke gang. But no, Suits, come back! Come back! Okay, Suits will pop BKB. That will be a TP out. Melancholy, BKB. I think you could have just BKB TP'd out. Or just TP'd out instead. But either way.
Yeah, I don't know why he actually walked there to have to pop BKB for no reason, but they don't die, right? So that's a plus.
We'll take
Definitely,
what we can get.
A sketchy move there from the Drow, but it doesn't really change that much unless they try to go high ground here. Knowing Wolf Team, that's the you know, galaxy brain play from Noping. They both pop BKBs for no reason to bait Wolf Team into a high ground. Feels like it worked.
Oh,
so, all right, I'm ready.
But look at this. 40 odds coming in with a full 9-second BKB here. This is a dangerous fight for No Ping. Zip in, 40 odd. Not going to activate the BKB just yet. Hasn't been gripped either. HFN just plucked on the high ground, throwing in right clicks, trying to do as much damage as possible. They'll wait for this next wave, or they'll just back off entirely. They're not feeling super comfortable about this. Although HFN has picked up the Silver Edge, so they have some additional damage output, it's still not safe enough. And they're playing with a lot more discipline. You were talking about it, how this is a team known for winning games by a lack of discipline and pushing up the hill. We almost saw it happening down bottom. Unfortunately, this time around, they'll be like, let's back off. Wait, what do I mean, fortunately? I want game 3. Go back, boys. Go feed. Go feed. What's happening?
Yeah, I think they're just... I don't think there's a single aspect of a Dota game that Wolf Team is playing worse than they did in the last series. Everything, like, their lane is looking crisp, their drafts are overall pretty good. As you said, they are, they poke high ground, they don't necessarily commit, they go back. Sure, there were a couple of fits here and there, but the win condition was not affected by any means, and they're just doing a really good job controlling the maps, choking open. Look, everyone is in the base. And you don't have a Terrorblade this time. This draw is forced to like use multi-shot from Fog, but you always gotta be careful about the relocate. Even this play that he did right now could be really risky because there's no supports behind Melancholy. Obviously, Wolf Team is not sure, but they could try, and she could definitely feed there if she was not careful. Or before she pop BKB once again and just have this BKB as a means to, farm one wave and then stand in the base.
Oh, they're being corralled inside the base with no movement outside of it. A 15k network lead in favor of Wolf Team. I'm gonna try to go for a kill out to Tabo. They will commit the Fiend's grip here. Relocate will come in. 40R jumping in here. They do manage to bring down Duster. Sexy Fat and Suits though want to try and find immediate revenge onto KJ. Will they be able to do so? Indeed they do. But this might cost more than they're prepared to pay as Tabo goes in. Huge arena to catch out Suits. That's one, a dead Ember Spirit. Melancholy, can he get out? He does, just barely. 40R though will jump forward, finding Sexy Fat. He knows there's no more magic immunity, there's no more roll up, there's no more rolling thunder. The multi-shot from Melancholy will force them back, and Audio as well, committing the demonic purge onto King RD. It's enough to actually bring out a buyback from Suits as he goes in to bring down King RD. Will they be able to get more out of this? Is the question. A buyback coming in from the Ogre, the Silver Edge utilized by the Medusa. She does get dusted up almost immediately afterwards, but it's a little bit too late. No Pain caught off guard in that one. There's a buyback from the Ogre, but Wolf Team still happy to have claimed the tier 3, and now they know that all they need is a solitary team fight win here of Bowie, and they're going to go back on the higher ground to take a full lane of racks.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird. They got a full duration Fiend's grip there with Duster, and their draft just doesn't have damage. Like, the draw is forced to play away from everyone else. The Ember commits early with the BKB, but it's already a 6-second duration BKB. Doesn't even spell like Suits, we used it once for a fight before this. And because of that, they don't have like a hero that soaks damage. They don't have a Tidehunter, they don't have a Centaur. It's the mid hero that usually is the one that provides damage, soaking the damage and having to do the damage. It's just way too many roles for Suits to accomplish. And this Pangolier, I just don't feel the impact, dude. It's supposed to, disarm the Medusa, but he doesn't even have the chance to use the spell, because if he's not rolling, he just dies.
Yep. Immediately he just dies. Like, it's very, very fast. They've taken the Roche now, second one of the game. Very scary Aghanim shot given away to Tabo here. Given how good he's been with the placement of these spears, the fact that you can now inhale 2 targets, he'll get it. He actually almost had it last time around onto Melancholy and Suits. It's just Suits got caught first. And now with the positioning of this Aegis and the confidence it's given them, Wolf Team are back. No Ping. Can they stop this from happening? They've taken away the range racks already. Big jump in from 40R, looking for Audio, has the BKB at the ready. They're just buying space and time here, but 40R gets gripped in between 4 heroes and will die all alone without buyback. Now the rest of the team gonna be forced back, because look at this damage they're dishing out onto the Deucer. KJ can't actually get the Deucer out right now. Gonna try and heal him up with the tether, but the first life gets taken away. Will there be a relocate save available? Sue's trying to make sure it doesn't happen. They've gotten these kills onto the Io as well as the Storm Spirit. Now they also managed to eliminate the Ogre. HFN throughout the Stone Gaze will find himself getting disrupted up by Audio. Audio does die. These illusions will stay behind to try to dish out some damage. Zeus did root up this Medusa, and HFN left all alone, but can No Ping actually take this Medusa even if she's all alone? She's throwing out these right clicks, has the Silver Edge in a moment, sitting right underneath the Sentry Ward though, and HFN tried his best, but even he cannot fight all of this, and he ends up losing his life here, giving away a ton of gold in the process. And HFN, the Wolf Team lineup, it's almost like you've seen this movie before, Bowie. The deep dive from 40R goes south, the rest of the team dies, and the high ground push fails. Wolf Team have been repelled once more, and No Pain keep the game going.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot sugarcoat this. That play is unacceptable. Like, you have Aegis, you have a Dusa, the barracks are exposed. The Storm just needs to counter-initiate. All the Dusa has to do is hit the barracks, and once they jump the Dusa, you go in. He jumped like halfway across the base. He was totally isolated, didn't have buyback, didn't have Lincoln, so he was bound to get Fiends gripped. And I've seen Wolf team lose games that were just as this one, so let's see if what happens. Ember, okay, no buyback on him, but this could be huge.
Absolutely no buyback. Unfortunately for them, Medusa is still in the grave for another 25 seconds without buyback herself. But now Suits sees it.
Wait, I lied. Wait, did I lie? No, yeah, he doesn't have buyback, sorry.
He used it, remember he used it on that other fight where he died and he had to buy back a couple minutes
Yeah,
ago.
I thought the timer was gone and he only needed gold, but yeah, no, I was lying.
Ugh. Still so much time to go here until the Storm Spirit returns. Can they hold for another 80 seconds? They need to get this Medusa to the fight ASAP. Fortunately, they have this outpost. So she comes in with the express journey. All right, 40R, it's on you, buddy. What you gonna do for us again? Entertain us, 40R. You've been very fun to watch this game. Maybe not fun to play with on your team, but very fun to watch generally. So we'll see if he makes a deep dive. But looks like HFN not interested in trying to make any fight happen. He's like, boys, we are just here for the racks. We're gonna take them and back off. And indeed, that's what he's doing right now. First lane of racks taken away. Wolf team looking like they're gonna slowly but surely turn the 17k gold lead into an actual advantage on the map. But no ping are waiting to try and fight this. Melancholy, nice usage of the Hurricane fight to get away from the arena. Unfortunately, Sexy Fat doesn't have that option. The Nightmare save, followed up by the Disruption save. You were mentioning it there, both only half saves. At the end of the day, neither of them will be efficient. And the Pango will end up losing his life. Dead in the ground, no buyback. So for the next 25 seconds, at the very least, they are going to be playing this one 5v3 Bowie. And it's certain that they get at least 2 lanes of racks, maybe even look for the Megas.
Yeah, they really don't need to do anything but hit the towers. Like, there's not enough harass on the draw by herself. I mean, she's annoying and everything, but this, 4DR. Oh god. Okay.
Increasing our blood pressure as Suits decreasing the blood pressure of King RT because there's nothing pumping when you're dead. Very nice kill to happen there, coming in from the Ember Spirit off the respawn. Good control there. I mean, his presence to understand where exactly to go to find the kill. Good presence of mind, allows him to keep the game going. There's not going to be Megas. They also buy time for Sexy Fat to come back. However, they lost the tier 3 here, Bowie. So by the time Ogre comes back, No Ping need to prepare themselves for this last fight. Especially if by the time the next push happens, they have an Aegis on Wolf Team, then it's definitely going to be Megas. So they need to get that next Aegis, come hell or high water. No matter what, they cannot allow it to go into the hands of the Dusa once more. Let's see here. Melancholy building into the Eye of Skadi now after having BKB, Manta, Hurricane Pike. We already have Ags being complete for Suits. I'm seeing that he's going in for this Refresher here afterwards. I like Refresher, but the only problem I'm going to have with it is I don't think he has enough mana to actually use it at this point in time to root like all the spells that he has to pop in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, I guess the Io can help with that, right? Yeah, as long as he's tethered by the Io.
And I mean the Ember on the other side.
Oh, okay. I thought I was talking about the Refresher on Mars. Sorry.
Nah, Tabo's fine.
Yeah. Especially after the nerfs to the Remnant, it's definitely like the Refresher is definitely not as impactful as it was, because you triple the freaking mana cost on that.
It's kind of crazy. We'll see if he can make it work. Because right now, 40R making this big jump. Duster will be there immediately, but here we go. Arena onto 2. Sexy Fat caught in with Duster. Duster trying to save him, but both of them are doomed to die. In the meantime, Suits gets off the BKB. Not going to be brought down just yet. Dieback coming in from Duster. And HFN almost actually killed him from the low ground. My god, that was so much damage. HFN now, they know that there's no Pangle here for another 55 seconds. And look at the discipline. They're not even going to go in through the base. They instead take the long wraparound to ensure that there's not going to be any surprises here. Melancholy, you mentioned it, just lacks the overall harass necessary. As HFN looking to bring down the range racks. The Illusion's doing good work. Suits clearing out these waves, trying to institute some backdoor protection. They have it for now, but they're just holding on here, Bowie. These are not proactive plays. They're reacting entirely. Wolf Team is dictating everything that happens right now.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to for. I really like this actually. They wait a little bit so that the timer on the buyback of the Pango is really bad, right? You're about to respawn, but you're still forced to buyback anyways. I'm very impressed with both team, dude. I think sure they had a couple of hiccups here and there, which is expected when you're playing against the best team in Division 2 right now, which is Noping. But overall, I mean, it felt kind of like they didn't really click in the first series. This one is looking really good. Maybe they just scrimmed a lot against Noping. Maybe they know more about Noping than they did against the opponents that they played.
Yeah.
Regardless of what's happening, it's a breath of fresh air, right? It means that the Division 2 is way more competitive than some people thought.
Yep. All of us were very worried about what Wolf team would present to us this season, especially after what happened last time around. But they're holding it down, showing that the names on the roster aren't just names that perform on different squads. They can actually make a team together. Right now, I'm looking at this IO, not that far away, I mean, in comparative terms, towards getting a Heart of Tarask for himself. That will just be survival central for HFN. He'll never die again. I mean, it's very difficult to kill HFN anyway. He's also gone in for the Swift Blink here. What do you make of this? Is the idea with this to get forward with the Stone Gaze so you can get in front of Drow? Well, we'll talk about it in a second. As Tavos find some heroes to fight against. Does the opponent side of the arena forced off in from HFN, ensuring that the Stone Gaze will connect. 40R looking for a more entertaining play. Will not find it just yet. Duster is going to be the lone casualty of this fray so far. Does die very far away from the bottom lane, so it's not easy for Wolf's team to just walk on in to the racks. And there's no Roshan to claim, so in the grand scheme of things, it's just going to be a kill that doesn't change all that much. It's still a 20k 8-core gold lead. It's still 25 to 17. It's still 2 lanes of racks that Noping has to deal with. But at the very least, the game keeps going.
Yeah, answering your question about the Swift Blink, it's kind of a good item on Dusa because she's super sluggish and you farm so fast that you have to give away your boots very early. You know, Spider Legs, they're a shadow of the OP item they used to be. So having that to move a little bit faster around the map, farm a little bit faster, but also to be able to assist because they have really mobile heroes with the IO, the Mars with Blink and Storm. So the arena doesn't matter if the Medusa is not there to hit, right? And the Blink allows HFN to always be in the vicinity and actually provide damage at the same time.
Speaking of arena, I'm seeing some of these neutral items that just got picked up by Wolf team. We have some very good ones, of course, but I'm very surprised that they haven't decided to give this Trickster Cloak towards Tabo. I mean, his BKB time is already down to the 6-second mark. Yeah, wait, to be fair, he does have Refresher though, so double BKB is better. And Penta Edge Sword, should Medusa take it? Like you mentioned, she needs the mobility. This is how you know a team is very far ahead. When you get legitimately great neutral items, and you're like, man, the way we're playing right now, we're Gucci fam. Who needs it? It's fine. Meantime, those Drow
I think
Rangers
what
like...
you do is you probably get the sword when you're hitting, when you're actually like hitting barracks, and you usually just keep the Spider Legs for normal day-to-day use, right? Because when you're farming, when you're moving around the map, having the Spider Legs is gonna be more useful. So you kind of swap between them. But some carry players, I don't want to use the word lazy, but you do see some carry players being like super 5D chaz about their neutral items, and some carry players are like, I mean, sure, whatever, I'll just keep the Spider Legs, they're great. No, there's no right and wrong about that, I think, because you know, you have to use brain power to use that, and sometimes that brain power could be directed towards something else, and I don't know. I think Dota, there are some things that are right and wrong, some things are debatable for sure.
You either go the Skeeter carry route, you know, where you just play solidly throughout the game, not too many amazing surprises, or you do the eternal everything of trying to find hit the entire game. Speaking of find hit play, they're trying to go in and bring down this booster. She does acquire Starvation for now. In the meantime, Tabo jumps the backline to create space. There was a short relocate back by KJ. Sexy back now finding himself isolated very far from the rest of his team. However, because Tabo had to go forward alone, they do end up getting the kill onto that Mars hero. KJ tethered out to safety. Sexy Fat, looks like that initiation that they made ends up being worthwhile for them. They've stopped Wolf team from this, and Suits also catching up to the Ogre Magi. King RD will die as well. Okay, I see you, Noping. I see you. The game's still going here, Bowie. They defend. Not even the Raindrax is dead. It looks like they're gonna hold on to this until their dying breaths.
Yeah, like the real winner of the fight was HFN himself. the disruption from the Shadow Demon just did so much damage to HFN, and he was controlled the whole time, so he couldn't clear the illusions that were created. That was really funny. Like, he lost like 30% of his HP because of the Shadow Demon W. Oh, okay, they're going aggressive here. I'm not sure about this.
He's coming out. Melancholy gets very far forward. Oh no. Audio is going to get picked off now as well. That was a stone gaze utilized by Dusa, but hashtag word. Audio, there's no escape for you, my friend. Duster gets the TP out, but there's no buyback for this Drow Ranger. And yet again, we see these illusions. Do so much work. They relocate forward, though. They were looking for somebody else to pick off here, but unfortunately for them, Sexy Fat had already made his way back in towards the base. But Melancholy doing his best impression of 4DR, jumps onto the high ground, no vision, into multiple enemy heroes, dies without buyback here. Bowie, they might look back and think that this was actually the play that ended the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. Like, you're in this position where you really need to take risks or you're never going to win this game. But it was hasty, the way that they approached. They never really laid out any vision before they went up the ramp. So lots of little things that are really hard to be done all at the same time when you're under this much pressure. But that's why, you know, you end up fighting HFN instead of any other heroes. You're also playing against so much reach and gap close. I don't blame the fact that they play aggressive, but the way they went about it was not crisp, and they got punished heavily, which happens when you're 40k gold behind, right?
It does look like both team is going to respect them. They've been bitten too many times by these plays with buybacks happening just at the very end there. 10 seconds until Drow returns. Here's a Rolling Thunder again from Sexy Fat. Once more, Audio has gotten some very strong illusions. Half the HP gone from the Deucer. KJ does come in. Has a Heart of Tarask as well. Between this and the Holy Locket, 0% chance that Deucer will not get back up to 4 from this. Now she blinks in. There's no more Rolling Thunder. 40R dumping in and out. Who will he be able to isolate here? They're looking instead for Duster. The Stone Gaze will help to kill Duster. Right clicks from HFN. Threatening Suits here, even through the BKB. Needs to be careful, my friend. Zips in though, looking for King RD. Will be able to find him. Melancholy back to life, back to fighting. Throwing in these right clicks as Tabo though, preventing all this damage from coming in with the bulwark, blocking these arrows from the Drow Ranger, enabling his team to take the Megas. And now that the BKB from Melancholy has finished, they enable him to take the life of the Drow as well. HFN is right-clicking absolutely everyone and everything. Gets a double kill, gets a Rax kill, gets a game win as No Pain called GG. And we witness the side of Wolf Team claiming themselves a 2-0 victory, keeping the Division 1 dream alive, and showing us that there is still competition here in Division 2 of the South American DPC.
Yeah, as Brazilians would say, o sonho é real, the dream is real. I'm actually absolutely flabbergasted. It's not only that Wolf Team beats Noping 2-0, but how they did it, you know, with two totally different strats, with like very much a total different playstyle. Like, they were so cohesive, they were very cautious with the way that they played. Like, tons of times I could see the old Noping just trying to brute force stuff that they did not. So kudos to them. I think this is amazing. Not only for the region, but because we might have some tiebreakers, we will have some angry tweets. I can predict a lot of drama incoming because, you know, I follow lots of Brazilians and everyone was saying that Noping was going to win this. And it's not only that they lose, but how they did it, dude. That's a very convincing win.
Yep, very convincing. And like you mentioned, not just convincing across one game, but across both of them. Didn't really seem like Noping. It also really felt like Noping were not expecting Wolf Team to be this good. I feel like if they had known that Wolf Team was going to be playing at this level, things might have looked a little bit different. But unfortunately, they could not have seen it coming. We didn't see it coming, but we are happy to be a part of this as Wolf Team grab and secure themselves a 2-0, keep the Division 1 hope alive. For Noping, though, after a loss like this, I'll be honest and say I'm worried about them overall as a team. One thing I did like, though, I will say their ability to hold on the high ground. They did it well in excess of what should have been possible here. In my opinion here, Bowie, I don't know if you agree. This game could easily have been over at 35 minutes, but they kept it going way longer. So sometimes I feel like it's good for a team to be able to demonstrate that they can do that. Even if they fail ultimately, it's good to know that we don't crumble when that pressure is facing us in that way.
For sure, I totally agree. And at the same time, I feel like that is the reason they lost is that their draft was maybe geared too much about defending high ground. I think in both games, in different ways, they have these heroes that, you know, you have Drow just spamming from the high ground. You have this SD ready to get a Deuce Illusion, which is scary for sure. But eventually you're 40k gold ahead, right? And things like don't work the same way as they do with normal Dota games. Still, I think like No Ping should have a good season as long as they don't get these laws just go over their head. I still feel like, you know, they have very talented players, but nicely done by Wolf Team. Really convincing win, and this still gives them the chance to qualify to Division 1 if they keep playing at this level.
That's what it's all about. Qualification towards Division 1. Division 2 is great and all. We love the Dota that we see here, but all of these players, you don't become a Dota player professionally if you lack ambition. So you're trying to get to the very top of the mountain. And right now, Wolf Team, they've kept that dream alive. More than 2 losses, they'd be out. But with 2 losses and now 2 wins, things are starting to look a lot better, especially considering that there's matches that they have left are against teams that are, honestly, from what we've seen here today, they should be able to win those games against Interitus, against Ravens. The Dreamers one will be the bit of an iffy one, and that one could actually spark here, Bowie, the complications you are talking about, the massive tiebreakers, the salt in the scene, which we would love to see. But now that we are done with today's series, unfortunately, y'all, we are going to be closing it out in Division 2, that is. In Division 2, there is still more Dota to come this evening. The rest of the Dota will be coming from the Division 1 side. In about an hour, we'll be seeing the side of Balrogs take on the big boys of Thunder Awaken. Fortunately for y'all, the man with the wisdom, Bowie, will be there to drop the heat there as well. So make sure that you stay tuned right here on the channel at ePulse Gaming for the game to start very, very shortly. Well, shortly, not like an hour or so. So go take a break, go walk around, go grab some water. Before we close this one out though, Bowie, where can the lovely people find you if they want to hear your wisdom even outside of the game of Dota?
At D2Bowie on Twitter, which is pretty much where I am most of the time. So make sure to follow me there. And I mean, thank you for having me there. It was a pleasure. I'm kind of bummed out this was not a 3-game series, but still, it was very entertaining, man.
This was very entertaining, and thank you for having me. Every single time I'm with you on the mic, I know I'm being hard carried, man. You're the HFN of this broadcast. What a G. I'm the 40R jumping in.
Give me a break, Mr. China host. Come on, dude.
Don't tell them.
We know who's carrying who here.
Fortunately, just like the game of Dota, the casting itself is a team affair, and we worked to bring you the hype, to bring you the action. Hopefully, we get to do more of this down the line, but for now, we will be closing this one out. Make sure to go follow Bowie at D2Bowie. Follow ePulse Gaming at ePulse Gaming, and you can follow me as well at SnakeRodamus on Twitter. We are signing out with that soon-to-come Division 1 action. For now, we celebrate the amazing performance from Wolf Team. We celebrate the competition level in Division 2 of the South American DPC, and we celebrate the fact that Dota 2 ain't dead, Dota 2 is thriving, and we'll be here from here until forever to bring you the hype, to bring you the action, to bring you all the Dota 2 madness. Until then, till an hour from now, we'll see you then. We'll be back then. Bye! We love y'all, and peace out.